We'll just we'll put them over here on the side. Yeah. It's, down to well, I tell you. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'll do it. Hey, yeah, there's some collateral damage in war. get to it. So had it in my past. Yeah, yeah. I was messing. I was messing around with the other day. Putting full bill to it. I just summarized bill. It wasn't. I wasn't that impressed with the summary. They were a little too general, but I don't know if my. I'm just now starting to play around with it. I don't know if my prompt or my command is the best, you know. But I yeah, yeah. I got it, and it did, but it was overly. I don't know that. I don't think I could have probably typed a command to make it better. It may be. I don't know. But I'm going to continue to the comes the trophy. No, we have to now. Created too much pressure. Yeah. Full got to be patient with it. It's tough to wait. That'll be fun. You ready? Yeah, we lost one player, Drew Harrell. He switched, but he works for the government. He's good. They're just people put pressure. Yeah, I mean, we got plenty. We got more than Fine. Okay. Charles, you know, repeat this, yeah? Me? I just won't get a picture of it. We gotta go, man. We're already late. Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Senator Andrew Jones. Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day that you've made, and thank you for all the men and women who are gathered here, Lord, on behalf of their constituents, Lord, in the state of Alabama. Pray a special blessing on our deliberations today, that you'll be with us in everything we think, say, and do, Lord. Pray that you'll be with us tomorrow as we take to the competitive field in softball, Lord. Pray that you'll just bless all who participate, keep us safe from injury, Lord, and just help us to glorify you in all that we do there. Now we pray a special blessing on each and every family represented here, and we pray that you'll help us to remember you in all that we do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Senator Jones. Today, the pledge will be led by Zachary Glasgow of Albertville. He's a senior at the Alabama School for the Blind. Ashley Wentworth of Helena, a senior at the Alabama School for the Deaf. George Meyer of Eastaboga, the Helen Keller School of Alabama.
Just straight ahead, microphone's above your cane. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman-Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 29 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Wait.
All right.
Senator Reed, wanted to give you a quick announcement if I could.
Yes, sir.
Senator Singleton, Senator Gudger, Senator Elliott, and myself went to the House with the trophy and also a front page news story last year to remind the House of what happened and that we're looking to three-peat this year. So just wanted to report that to you.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the dedication and diligence of the softball team of the Alabama Senate.
Yes, sir. That's what we're here for. Absolutely.
We plan for it once again.
We appreciate your coaching.
Yes, sir. My privilege. With that, Mr. President, I'm going to need to make a motion that we set aside sunset for the specific purpose of a special order calendar.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The motion passes. Let me make a quick announcement. I got some special guests in the gallery I want to recognize. When I call your name, if y'all could please stand. The guest of Senator Barfoot, Paul and Aline Barfoot, the father and mother of Senator Barfoot. Also, Charlotte Straucus and Robbie Straucus, the sister and nephew. Welcome to Alabama Senate. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution 34, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 16th legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. Introduction of bills, House messages, reports from standing committees, motions and resolutions. On page 16 of the calendar, Senate Bill 153 by Senator Jones relating to expungement. On page 21, Senate Bill 79 by Senator Smitherman relating to occupational licensing boards. On page 6, Senate Bill 65 by Senator Kitchens relating to the Insurance Department. On page 1, Senate Bill number 33 by Senator Elliott relating to public education. On page 21, Senate Bill 119 by Senator Stewart relating to child labor. On page 15, Senate Bill number 56 by Senator Orr relating to teachers. On page 14, Senate Bill 73 by Senator Williams relating to taxation. On page 27, Senate Bill 168 by Senator Weaver relating to municipalities. On page 27, Senate Bill 161 by Senator Beasley relating to sheriffs. On page 29, Senate Bill 175 by Senator Chastain relating to local boards of education. On page 27, Senate Bill 162 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Study Commission on Interagency Cooperation and Collaboration.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move the Senate adopt the report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, before we do that, I want to recognize some special guests in the gallery, the guest of Senator Reed. When I call your name, if you could please stand. Leadership Fayette County, led by the city of Fayette. If y'all could please stand.
You want me to sign both?
Welcome to Alabama Senate.
Mr. President, we'd like to speak to the motion.
All right, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back. I hope you had a great break and that you got some rest from all of your red meat that was poured out prior to the break. So this is truly where the rabbit gets the gun now. So we just think that we have a good calendar here today. There's a great group of bills that are on the calendar. And we want to make sure that that we are looking at halfway of this session, and a lot has gone on in this particular session. We still got budgets to come up. We got a big, robust piece for workforce that's going to come up, I understand. And then there are just some bills out there that just don't need to come up. And I think we're going to keep slowing this thing down. Like, I think there are some bills out there with tort reform. There are some bills that deals with insurance premiums and new policies. And there's some other bills out there that just, we want to be able to study them a little while and get to look at them before they even get an opportunity to come to this stage. And so the only tool that I have to use in order to make sure of that is the weapon that I have before me now. I call this microphone. And so there's a little provision in this called sunset that we have not gotten past yet. And I think there may be 10 or 12 more sunset bills that are out there. Outside of sunset, we got some confirmations that we want to get done. Thinking maybe about 50, 60 confirmations out there that need to be conferred. And so we're going to let this process go a little slow. You know, I understand that there's some public hearings. There's a bill out here with statewide it's a statewide bill with local applications. And those kind of bills make me nervous now because it seems like everybody trying to get around their local piece. And that kind of make me a little unnerved at that. If you can't get it through your local delegation, instead of trying to work it out with your local delegation, you come up with a statewide bill that have local application, which could still be that it could cast with a lot of other people. And if that's the game that we're playing, that we're going to get by local bills with, then we might as well just get rid of local bills process altogether. And that's why we have local bills, so that delegations can have something to say. To this point, we have not done a local bill this year. And because of the fact that we're still in this sunset mode, simply because where we were prior to sunset, and a lot of bills were shoved down the legislative pipes that was, I thought that was very unnecessary, but yet and still there have been, some of them been signed by the governor as law now. I think in House messages today, you got 3 or 4 of them that's gonna come back up to us, like ballot harvesting. I'm hoping that whoever's handling that bill will explain what the changes were down in the House. I think we're gonna have the parents' right to know bill that's gonna come back up today in House messages. We need to understand exactly what went on in that bill in terms of those changes. And also I understand that it may be the DEI, you know, the diversity, equity, and inclusion bill that was sent out of this House. We put about 16 amendments on that bill. And I thought it was a bill that was something we can work with the amendments and the exceptions that were in the bill. So I'm curious to know what the House did with it to send it back up to us so that we either going to confer or concur or go to conference on something. But at the end of the day, I think it's probably just coming back up to us, and they're probably going to concur with it and move on with the vote. So I'd like to hear from the sponsors what that bill had to say in terms of the House messages. And I know that we have a lot of activities going on this afternoon. Today, tomorrow we have a big softball game, and I look forward to playing in that competitive game with those guys from the lower chamber. So we'll slow this process down a little bit since there had been a first half rush. Seeing everybody was rushing to get all of this bills out that seemed to be so important. I saw where a librarian got fired the other day because of a bill that was passed out of here that everybody want to check books now. And it's a great librarian over in Prattville, I think over in the River region. Great librarian got fired because, and these parents was all up in arms because somebody had said it may have something to do with the LGBTQ community. And so, but I know somebody in here that sponsored one of those bills that started that fire. And see, now that these parents are saying that you want to give us the right to choose what school we want to go to, we want a right to choose. We want to have the right to be able to choose the books that we want to read. You give us a choice to school, but you don't give us a choice to read. You know, the DEI bill, you know, the choice bill, the choose bill, I looked at it like the big transfer portal in the NIL deal. So students get to get into the transfer portal, and they're going to get rewarded by the state on their NIL. And so I see why Coach Saban wanted to go home, because it's being opened up all over the state in terms of NIL and portal and kids getting to run everywhere. And we got $100 million, but we're going to leave these other schools behind. And there's no solution to trying to help those who are being left behind, which is kind of sickening to me. And so we're going to slow this process down, and we're going to teach some rules. We'll be at a deliberative speed. I'm sure where the zapper can get his zapper out, and he will probably be zapping. But there are going to be certain things that he can't zap on. And we're going to get into that mode. I think there's about 65 confirmations out there that we can get rid of them by talking an hour on each and every one of them. Then we got these other 12 or 14 sunset bills. We can get rid of those starting today, but we just have to talk to them hour by hour. I see the bills over there being stacked up for introduction. And I'm sure some bad stuff. So that real big old thick one, I already know it's bad. We've been told about that one before we left here. That's 400 and some odd pages. That'd be a good bill to have read. That'd be a good bill to have read. And they just keep stacking all that bad legislation on top of bad legislation. See, that's what we do. That's why we have to slow this down, so we'll know what's going on in this deliberative body. We're the Senate. We're a deliberative body, so we're supposed to sit here and debate and take our time and talk about it and roll it out to make sure that we're voting on what we're thinking that we're voting on, and get some clarity so that the citizens of the state of Alabama understand what we're voting on as we pass these bills out of here.
Senator Singleton.
Yes,
real quick. Can I get everybody's attention? I want to recognize a special senator's birthday today. Senator Beasley, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. And so, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for doing that. Senator Beasley, he's been around for a long time. And so we're glad that he's still here with us and continue to be sharp at the things that he does on this side of the aisle. He's a really good guy who has given his life to public service. Now that he retired from the pharmacy business, he have time to be here with us on a regular basis like he wanted to. And so we appreciate you, Billy, and happy birthday again. So, but, you know, this body is going to be just great. We're going to pass a lot of bills. Look, there goes some more bad legislation. I can tell who bringing it up there, whether or not it's good or bad. I know who drops it off, whether it's good or bad. I already know, because they vote no on everything. He don't never vote yes on nothing. He votes so many no's, they vote no on their own bill. I'm telling you, man, I know him. I watch him. I watch this body. And I think that was in your district, Senator. They shut down, they fired one of the librarians over in that area because of what was going on over there. And the parents were mad, man. They were on fire. I'm sure y'all heard from those parents over there. I'm sure you did. They were on fire. They just wanted the ability to allow their children to read what their children wanted to read, man. That's all they want to do. We want to censor. We want to be in the censorship. Now, Trump lost the election. He lost. So we don't have to keep beating that dead horse. We can be a state without being trumpet. You know, he lost the election. The 4 years of moving on, that lets you know he lost because then nothing stopped to replace him and put him back in. If the system thought that they could put him in place, they probably would have. But he lost. So we need to keep moving. We don't have to be passing all these bills just because he might be on the ballot. I know y'all get controlled by your primaries, and you don't want to get primary because Trump is going to be there, so he might primary some of y'all if you go against him. But he lost the race. And so we can move on in this state without having to keep looking over our shoulders, wondering whether or not he's going to be coming. So that's where we are. And this whole ballot harvesting bill was all about Trump. He lost it, man. We had no problems in the state with ballot harvesting. This a bill, it's like a ghost bill just come out of nowhere that they want to do at a national level just because the Trump people thought that he were done wrong. You know, you lost by 3 million votes. 3 million votes. So you lost. It wasn't about ballot harvesting to where you lost, especially in the state of Alabama. You won Alabama probably about 80% of the vote. And so in a state where you win in any way, we didn't need to have these laws to suppress people from right to vote. It's just another voter suppression. It's just a means of suppressing certain people from having the ability to be able to have right to the access of the free and flowing of the vote. That's what it did. It's a bad bill, and I still say it's a bad bill. It's going to come back up here again today. Somebody put an amendment on it in the House. We're going to see what happens to it and how we're going to deal with it. Trump lost the race. Let it go, guys. He lost. You know, he lost. And the world hadn't stopped because he lost. You know, we didn't stop breathing. The air didn't get sucked up, you know, in a vacuum cleaner. Didn't nobody jump off a cliff. Alabama's still at 2-some-odd% unemployment. Nothing happened. The world didn't stop because he lost. So we don't have to continue to try to perfect policy to try to satisfy a loser. He just lost. Simple as that. He just lost. And so, you know, if the world going to stop moving because Trump lost, then we're in bad shape in this country. We're really and truly in bad shape. You know, and the world didn't stop because Biden won. The world's still functioning. Nothing is happening. Nobody's having to give up anything. You ain't had to turn over your property to nobody. You had to give up your guns or anything just because Biden won. America's still going to be America. Our democracy is strong regardless of who's in office, and it has the ability to survive. And so let's stop panicking and doing a lot of fear mongering and fear in terms of politics and making people feel that something's going to go all wrong. I mean, he lost the race, man. He just lost. People got out and they voted, and they didn't vote for him. And we keep trying to pass policy to protect him. And he's sitting back raising all kinds of money on the back of people because of fear in politics. That's all it's about, man. It's fear mongering. And so we need to stop it. It's the world didn't stop because he lost. And the world didn't stop because Joe Biden won. There'll be another president. You know, and another president, and another president. I know a lot of folks thought the world was going to stop when Obama won. I remember at the gun shows, you couldn't even buy ammunition at gun shows when Obama first won. You thought the world was going we finna have the Civil War all over again, right here in the state of Alabama or in the United States. Nothing happened, you know? Businesses didn't stop moving. People never stopped moving. People didn't stop traveling. Nobody stopped working. People died because they were going to die, you know, because of the good Lord, not because Obama was in office or Biden was in office or even when Trump was in office. Nothing happened to Democrats. We didn't go falling off the cliff of the world because Trump was the president. It didn't happen. So why are we fearing each other all the time that something is going to happen just because someone else is going to get elected? He lost the race, and that's what happened. And so we should be grateful that we live in a democracy that allows us to strive without all of that fear. But we put all of that fear and all of that pressure on ourselves because of parties. And we come in here and we pass bad bill after bad bill after bad bill that affects people and that affect people's lives. That's what it does, simply because of what we're doing. In DEI, gaming was a bill that came up and we sent it back down. I guess it got transmitted today. I guess it won't get transmitted until House messages come up. It's not gaming, it's DEI, ballot harvesting, and the parents' right to know. Parents' right to know. Parents' right to know. I think those are the ones that are going to be in the message box when we get the messages on the calendar. Those will be in that box. And we could be working on great stuff like workforce development to keep our economy moving, to keep our competing in a global setting, to make sure that Alabamians are here, retaining talent in our state, to make sure that we get enough people, making sure we have a good education system by taking children and just sending them all over the state to go to school where they want to go. It doesn't better your educational system. It doesn't better it at all. If these other schools are failing, you're still going to be labeled as a D or F in the state of Alabama because they're part of your institution of learning. It's still going to be a black guy on the state. So we're still not helping anybody else, you know? So we don't want certain kids to take the third grade reading. Now that you put it in place, then you give it all these kids that you can ability to run from it, that want to run from it, and go to a private school or somewhere where they don't have to take the same test, where they're not going to be compared with apples and oranges, so they can go to run from it. So you say, oh, my baby didn't fail reading, and then still end up with a child can't read. You know, kids in public school are going to have to stay there and face that. And they'll be able to face that. They have to face the Numeracy Act.
All right, time's expired on the special order calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, was the motion to use previous roll or long roll?
Long roll, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smithman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Twenty-eight ayes, 1 nay. The special order calendar is adopted. All right, first order of business on the special order calendar is introduction of bills.
Senate Bill number 219 by Senator Shelnut relating to agriculture is referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Senate Bill number 220 by Senator Roberts and others relating to public contracts is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Who's that, Price? Senate Bill number 221 by Senator Price relating to emergency telephone services is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation, General Fund. Senate Bill number 222 by Senator Weaver relating to the Board of Nursing is referred to the Healthcare Committee. Senate Bill number 223 by Senator Weaver relating to rural health care is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation, Education. Senate Bill number 224 by Senator Elliott relating to boards and commissions is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Senate Bill number 225 by Senators Gudger and Weaver relating to state symbols is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 226 by Senator Allen relating to motor vehicles is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Energy. T&E. Senate Bill number 227 by Senator Allen relating to the Alabama Athletic Commission is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Senate Bill number 228 by Senator Allen relating to Tuscaloosa County. A proposed constitutional amendment is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Senate Bill number 229 by Senator Kelly and others relating to Jacksonville State University is referred to the Committee on Education Policy.
All right, I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery. The guest of Senator Orr, when I call your name, if you could please stand. The Decatur-Morgan County Chamber of Commerce, if y'all could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate.
Senate Bill number 230 by Senator Albritton relating to geologic storage is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation General Fund. Senate Bill 231 by Senator Orr and others relating to labor organizations is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 232 by Senator Orr and others relating to health benefits is referred to the Committee on Banking and Insurance. Senate Bill number 233 by Senator Coleman Madison and others relating to mortgages is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Senate Bill number 234 by Senator Gavan and others relating to public contracts is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Senate Bill number 235 by Senator Barfoot relating to juveniles is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Senate Bill number 236 by Senator Stutz and others relating to the Certificate of Need program is referred to the Committee on State Governmental Affairs. I think it's got to be. Okay. Senate Bill number 237 by Senator Coleman relating to child support is referred to the Committee on Children and Youth Health. Senate Bill number 238 by Senator Price relating to the Home Buyers Initiative Act is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Senate Bill number 239 by Senator Wagner relating to motor vehicles is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
All right, this concludes introduction of bills. Now move on to House messages. Secretary, call the first House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown, and as amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 48, relating to public education.
All right.
Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery. The guest of Senator Kelly, when I call your name, if you could please stand. The Calhoun County Commissioners, if y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. right, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned earlier today, we've got some pieces of legislation. It's already been alluded to by the minority leader that passed this chamber, went to the House of Representatives, passed in the House, and now coming back to us. And there's going to be a discussion on some modifications that have been made in the House. So the first of those bills that I want us to take a look at, that's coming back for a concurrence, and just so you all are aware, I'm going to make a motion that we concur. This is on Senate Bill 48, which is defined as the parent's right to know. And this particular piece of legislation, I worked with members in the body. It's basically a piece of transparent legislation that allows basically school boards to take the curriculum that they're going to have to teach kids from kindergarten to the 12th grade, be able to put that on a website so that parents, guardians can be able to look and see information that's available. Then if they see information that they've got questions about, then they can communicate with the school teacher about it. And then if they choose to make a complaint because I don't like what's being taught to my daughter in the 4th grade related to this particular portion of the curriculum, there's no remedy in the legislation, but it just allows for an opportunity where they can make a complaint, and that complaint can go to the superintendent of education for that particular school system. Now, that went through this body. As a matter of fact, I worked with the minority leader on it. He had some great advice related to school teachers and making the most of their time if there is some kind of a question by parents. And so we accepted all of those amendments. I thought they were healthy and made the bill better. So when it went to the House, we wound up that they added a piece of, they added what provided confidentiality by removing the student's name from the report, which is consistent with Federal Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, so that the child didn't have a permanent record that they had made a complaint or that their parent had made a complaint related to whatever they were studying. The complaint was able to go on. It just was able to take the child's name so it wouldn't be a permanent record for the child. That there had been a complaint filed under their name. And I thought that was a good idea. We certainly don't want to be singling out anybody. If somebody's got a problem, then make aware, let people know, and if there's a report that there's a problem. Obviously, for the Department of Education, if you wind up with a lot of problems on a particular thing and a particular subject for a particular group of children across the state, well, then maybe they need to address that and look at it differently. That's up to the Department of Education at that point to be able to do it. But got a lot of real positives. From educators across the state, from superintendents that made the comment that basically if you give information to parents and they get more involved in the education of their children, then the more involvement we get from parents in education, the better off we are in regards to what's going on with kids' education. So with that, Mr. President, I know my colleague may have some questions, and that's basically what's different about the legislation from what you and I worked on, Mr. Leader.
All right, real quick, let me recognize, we got a lot of guests today. So I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery, the guests of the entire Alabama Senate. When I call your name, if you could please stand, the Young Physicians of the Medical Association of Alabama, if y'all could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Senator Singleton.
Yes. Mr. President, thank you. Senator, thank you for this piece of legislation, and thank you for working with us on this side of the aisle and the amendment. I want to appreciate the House for keeping on what we kept on. I thought it was a good amendment. I think what they brought back to you was also a good amendment also in terms of being able to keep the privacy of a child's name in or the complaints that are made. The question I want to know, we passed this bill prior to us passing the CHOOSE Act. I understand that private schools are not subject to anything that we do based on whether or not they have to post or anything because of who they are. Will this bill now, would this piece affect our public charter schools? Will they have to make that posting on that at a public charter school, as we call them, public charter schools?
The way I understand it, Senator, is that this would be applicable to, the focus is on the school board. Okay. So if you had a public charter school that was in, for instance, Greene County or Walker County, and that particular charter school was under the purview, of course, of that school system, then they would have a requirement to put information about any of their curriculum on that website. So if it was a public school, I think it would be applicable to provide information about that particular school's curriculum.
Now, I understand that based on what you just described to me will probably be a conversion charter because they will come under purview of that particular board. But most of the charters that we do have in the state of Alabama right now are not conversion charters. They are outside of it, but we still say that they are public schools. So that's why I just want to know, did it reach that far to touch that sector of public schools? Because they are public charters. They get funding through the budgets and things of that nature. Whether or not, because I look like the Literacy Act is not going to touch them, and I was wondering whether this touched them also. That's all. Since we had passed the Choose Act and we have that, and I just want to make sure that did that touch them or not.
Senator, to say that I've answered that specific question for someone else other than right now, I have not had that question. But it's my understanding, and based on what we looked at with the legislation, again, if there is curriculum created by a school board,
correct,
then they're to put information on a website related to those particular schools. So, for instance, if you had a school that, and this is on the website for that particular school, so the goal, now I think you had a provision in there, if a school did not have a website, it could be on the school board's website.
Correct.
But for the most part, every school has a website. If you had the information for a charter school, it was a public school, then they would be required to put that information about what their curriculum is on their website, just like if it was elementary school in Greene County or Walker County. That would be my understanding. If it didn't specify schools, type of schools, any of that kind of thing.
Correct. That's why I was wondering, did it reach to them, because we are saying that they are public charter schools that has a public function in as much as they are with that quasi, I would look at public-private kind of thing as charters are. Because they're set up under a different charter. I know when we made the charter school bill, we had in there what we call conversion charters, that if in fact before a charter school could become a charter, there has to be a good faith effort made with the local school board as to whether or not that charter locates in that area. If they get turned down, then they came back to the state board charter who gave them their charter versus the locals. And so because there's no local board of education there that operates under charter, but they still serve under the charter school board, that they serve under from the statewide place, and I was just wondering whether or not that had to be folks, and how would those parents be dealt with it? Because right now it's just going to be only public school as we know, to traditional public schools versus charter schools. I'm just curious about that.
I think that's a good question, Senator. Certainly the attitude would be of a charter school, as we think about a charter school, would be super focused on integrating with parents.
Yes.
Because there would be a choice related to children going to a charter school. You know, mom and dad, guardian got to be involved if they're going to do that. That's going to be the decision. So the idea that they would want to have information about the curriculum being taught to their child, certainly in that charter school, I would think that would be the desire of everybody involved. I would say it's my intent related to the legislation that if you've got a public school, that public school on their website would give information about what their curriculum would be.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
All right, so Nicole Madison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator.
I just have one quick question. I'm trying to get an understanding. If you have, just an example, if you have one parent that comes up and makes a complaint because the curriculum is taught to all of the children, what is the remedy for this? Because, you know, I may have a vendetta against a particular teacher, and I don't, you know, or it may be something else, but it could be a personal reason. But personally, I don't think that one person's personal views should impact the whole classroom, and we're just not talking about that group of students. If you're talking about curriculum, you're going to impact future generations of students that come after. So I'm just wondering, how is this to play out?
Senator, I agree with you, and the legislation, certainly the intent of it is that if a parent has a complaint, okay, they have a complaint with the curriculum, they can gather information from the teacher on the curriculum, okay? If they see it on the website, then they can ask a question. I think there was an amendment added where the teacher could respond with a phone call or respond with an email or whatever. If they wanted to actually have a meeting with the teacher, then at a specific time and place, a secure location, then they could actually meet with the teacher. Of course, we have teachers and parents having teacher-parents conferences all the time, okay? But if you had an instance to where a teacher wanted that to be the case, then that was included in the legislation. But there wasn't any remedy. So if a parent doesn't like it, then that parent can do what they already can do, which is go to the school board and say, I don't like this, okay? They can do that. They can do that already. The only thing with a complaint would be if they said, I want to file a complaint, the complaint would go to the superintendent of education for that school, and then that superintendent would have to pass on to the state superintendent that complaint, and then the legislature would receive a report annually coming to the Education Policy Committee in the House and the Senate, a report from the state superintendent that said these were the complaints.
Question. Does it have anything to do whether it is relevant or has any validity to the complaint?
Well, I think the superintendent would have the latitude to determine if there's a complaint filed, and there would be a form that was created by the superintendent in the legislation that would be a methodology by which you could file the complaint. If you file the complaint, you know, even though the superintendent felt like maybe that's not a very good complaint, or I don't like that complaint or whatever, they would still have the responsibility to be able to accept the complaint.
I'm just concerned about us killing trees and filing complaints where it is just frivolous, like you have frivolous lawsuits, and I think they have a law against that. And you have some people that are in the habit of doing that. And I'm just hoping that we are not going down that road again with this and adding additional paperwork from one layer from the local boards of education all the way to the state. So I'm just hoping that, and I understand that parents do have rights. I feel as a former teacher that parents should be seen and heard. But I'm hoping that while they are being seen and heard, that more importantly, parents are involved so they know what's going on. I know that many of the schools around the state have problems getting parents to participate. Parent-teacher organizations, or PTA, or PT, or whatever they want to call them now, because some of them have gotten out of PTA. But it's very important for the parents to be involved. And I think if they're involved with their children every day, they'll understand what's going on and maybe not have so many criticisms, but I'm just hoping that these are valid complaints. I personally feel that parents should be heard, but I think that, you know, for teachers, because she's filing a complaint that's going to be of record, that teacher may decide to go someplace else. So this is a statewide law that we are passing. They may use that as a way of going back in the record to find out, okay, what complaints have been filed against you. So that's my concern.
Well, Senator, I agree with you, and I think that the engagement and involvement of parents in their children's education is something that is super important, and I know you've expressed that already. And the goal of giving parents more information about their children's educational process process is really kind of the attitude in which the legislation was brought forward. So I appreciate very much your questions.
Thank you. Just want to make sure this is balance of rights and responsibilities.
Agreed. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
let's just be clear from that dialogue. This bill is not punitive to the teacher and or the child. There's nothing about that complaint that will go into the teacher's file as whether or not that is a bad teacher based on what they put on the curriculum. That was the understanding of this bill. There's nothing in this bill that says that the principal and or nor the superintendent or the board could even reprimand this teacher in any kind of way just because a complaint was made, whether it's factual, frivolous, or whatever it may be. There's nothing in this bill that would do that. That was total my understanding. I want to make sure that we are clear that nothing changed about that in the bill.
I think you're perfectly clear and correct on that, Mr. Lee.
Yes, it was more of the process of allowing the parents to be able to question and or have an understanding of that curriculum better from that teacher, either number one, through a written explanation, number one, or a telephone call. And if that wasn't satisfactory, then the bill provided that they could meet in person. And I think the amendment that we put on it, that in-person meeting would then take place at a workshop of the board meeting at said time. Because we was worried about the fact that teachers may get locked down, because the original bill before the amendment stated that it would be done, the meeting would take place during instructional time. And that was the concern we had, was making sure that we didn't take away other children time while teachers are in meeting, because if a parent makes complaints, different parents, a teacher could be in a meeting all week long during that time. And so we thought we came up with a pretty good solution in terms of where that was, looking out for parents' safety, and teacher safety, and then making sure that there were other folks around when they could have that meeting. I think that's exactly what your bill did and the intent of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Leader. And as a matter of fact, you know that we're both right because we both worked on it together.
Because I was hearing the line of questions, I just want to make sure that we were clear that nothing came back in this bill that had any punitive means to being able to say a teacher was wrong, or a teacher should not have posted this, or even to make that teacher take it down. There's nothing to say that a teacher has to stop teaching that portion of the curriculum that a parent may question about. It's just like the senator said, there may be, if it's 20 kids in a class, maybe just one parent who's not satisfied, so why take it down just because one is not when the other's okay with it? It's a learning tool.
Well, and again, Senator, as you well know, there's no remedy in the legislation.
Exactly.
So this is just transparency, encouraging engagement and involvement. And if someone does have a question, then they have a methodology to go through to offer a question or a complaint.
I think the senator from Jefferson had some questions that he wanted to ask. I'll hold the mic if you need to go on and talk to them. But the senator had a question before we move on with this bill. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we can move on with this. We're clear over here, and because he had some questions, he said he got clarity in our explanation.
Great.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Leader. With that, Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion that we concur.
Use the long roll.
Long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shellnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 4 nays.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 48. All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended, as therein shown and as amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 1 relating to absentee ballot applications. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right, Senator Gudger or Senator Reed?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I think Senator Gudger is
Mr. President, I'm sorry for that.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Sounds great. I can talk about this bill, but came back with, there'll be a motion for concurrence at some point. I believe my friend, a colleague across the way would like to speak on it for ballot harvesting just for a little while, correct?
All right. So you made a motion to concur?
No, you need to explain it.
Hold on one second. I just want to make sure. Senator Gudger, did you make a motion to concur?
Letting my colleagues talk, but make a motion to concur.
All right, that's fine. I mean, yeah, you're going to get.
What did he do?
He made a motion to concur. Anyway, so then you want to speak on this, right?
Yeah, and I may want to make a counter motion.
All right.
Since we going straight to motion, last time the pro tem came up when we talked and got it answered, then we went to this. But then, you know, I mean, if you stomping the gas pedal, then that's all.
No, he wasn't doing that. That was me just trying to ask him what he was doing.
He was just cruising and got on up to 60, 70 miles an hour. The pro tem did, but we coming up on the ramp at 90 miles an hour on this one. Bam! So that's all right. That's no problem. That's no problem. But my first question was this: is that the bill? I'm recognized, Mr. President. Mr. President. Okay. And now wait a minute. Let me get this clear. Because I want to get this clear. If me being recognized to talk to him about this is to put me on the clock, then that's fine, but I need to know that so I'll know I really need to make another motion. You know, so I mean, based on the clock, that's all I'm saying. Motions give me more time, so I was kind of saying it because I don't want nobody to be surprised and you see me make some kind of promotion.
Yes, Senator Gudger.
Mr. President, if my colleague would like me to take that motion back, I'll be more than happy to make sure that's off the table.
You got to talk to him. He's the one running it. He's running everything.
something on the board.
Well, yeah, he's made the we gotta have something on the board we're talking about, right? So he made the motion, then you can, talk, or he can talk. I don't, who wants the mic? So that's.
Let me say this. I just only gonna say this, and if I'm wrong, I need to know if I'm wrong right now. Even though that's the posture we find ourselves in, can we not make a motion to suspend the rules unanimously in here? Can we not do that? We can't suspend our own rules. If everybody, I know one person object, you can't, but I'm just getting, I get point of order, you call it. I'm just trying to find a point of order on that. Can we not as a body, do that? I ain't saying do it, but I'm just trying to get a point of order.
In some of the rules that are.
Everybody now, all 35.
Yeah, the body can suspend some of the rules, requires unanimous consent.
That's what I mean. That's
right.
what I meant. No, I wouldn't even try to do it if everybody didn't want to do it or agree
All right,
with me.
so do you want to have the mic?
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. I would make a motion that we suspend the rules to be able to take this motion back or dispense of this motion in some way if the secretary can allow it.
Motion on the board. Motion on the board. You got to have something off. You got to have a motion.
Right.
Okay.
I just.
All right, you want to make a substitute motion?
Can I ask one point of order?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not debating nobody. I just trying to get a point of order though.
Go ahead.
But if when we call the House, I'm just following the lead of my secretary, except I'm doing it this way. When we call this House message up, isn't that meant it's on there and we can start talking? We don't have to have a motion, do we? When we call it up, until he make the motion, are we? Let me say,
all right. So according to the secretary,
can I just ask this? I want to ask this. If we decide to come up here, not just me, it could be them two senators there, and the bill come up, we can't talk about it without the clock starting. I mean, just talk. We can't talk. So that means that once we start talking, everybody that come in, a clock starts automatically. You can't have no time. I mean, because we let the sponsor talk. We let the sponsor talk, and we don't put the clock on him because we say he's got a right to explain that. I come up and after he done explain it, ask a question, and that puts me on the clock. I agree 100%, and it doesn't matter what I agree about the decision. I know if it's a point that he says, but I agree with that. But if a motion has not been made, then, and the bill is called up, my point of order saying that.
Yeah, correct. The sponsor can talk about that. The sponsor can. And then for anybody else to talk, we have to have a motion. Isn't that right?
But he might not be giving. He might not be giving up. He might be in the middle of it, and that's wait a minute. What does that mean? Then all of a sudden he's through being able to talk on the bill. Now the clock starts.
No, that's not right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm asking.
Right.
You know, that's
Clock starts once we get a motion.
So it now.
What's right?
He can explain the bill and then make a motion. Sponsor can.
Right.
Makes a motion.
So
then if he gives up the mic, he can start talking and his hour would start.
And I understand what he just said. I have no point of order about what he just said. But if he had not made the motion, so I said, we all being educated. So if they wanted to talk and just have the conversation about him talking about the bill, I'm just trying to find out, is that possible without the clock starting, with him having this conversation? He made no motion either.
yeah, so we never start it when they're explaining the bill.
Never starts when they're explaining.
But if somebody asked him something, and he still got the mic and had made a motion, then that meant my clock started and I'm asking him a question?
Yeah, once you actually take the mic from him, that's when your clock starts.
If I said, Mr. Chairman, I would like to be recognized to ask him a question, that means I've taken the mic away from him and I'm asking him a question?
If you get recognized, if he yields the mic.
I don't mean yield the mic. You recognize me to ask the
All
question.
right, so what do you want to do right now? So we need to move
Yes,
forward. All right, so that's what, I mean,
You asked me what I really want to do.
No, not-
And I'm gonna answer you because I told you I'm always gonna try to be straight up when you ask me something.
Right.
I just want to talk.
all right, so right now, we're on the, Senator Gudger made a motion. You're recognized for you want to be recognized?
I want to ask him a question. I do.
Okay, then yeah, you got the mic.
He has,
All right.
Gudger still
All
has
right.
the mic and he can ask.
So
Let me make sure he wants to yield. Senator Gudger or Senator Reed, you want to yield to let him have the mic?
I'm not asking for that. I'm asking to ask the question. Recognize to ask the
Okay,
question.
then yeah, then we're still in Senator Gudger. Right now is time, so you're recognized to talk.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
All right.
about.
So if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I appreciate your leadership here. You've recognized me. We're on this bill.
Right.
I have the mic. I can yield the mic to Senator Gudger if I choose, and they can have a dialogue, senator to senator, on this issue.
Correct.
It's still my mic. This senator's clock has not started. It's on my mic, and we're just talking about it and explaining it.
That's correct. It's on your time right now.
Okay, well then,
All right.
with that, for the gentleman to have dialogue, which is what they want, is I'm going to yield to Senator Gudger.
You got it. Thank you, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I would like to have dialogue back and forth, and I thought that's where we were to begin with, and so obviously.
I did
we're not.
too.
So
That's all.
I'll be more than happy to dialogue with you back and forth on my time and my mic, correct? So that we'll make sure we
No,
explain.
it's his mic. It's the pro tem's mic.
Yeah, the pro tem yielded to Senator Gudger.
Oh, so
Yeah, just like, we do that all the time where, you'll yield to Senator Singleton or someone else.
okay.
So that's what we
Okay.
did. But anyway, you're recognized for discussion going back, not on your time.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Senator Smith.
Yeah, let me tell you what I wanted to ask you. Then. Can I be
sir.
recognized? Talk.
Yeah, so you're, right now, Senator Gudger's got the mic. You're recognized for discussion. So y'all can talk back and forth.
Okay, thank you. What changes were made?
There was a amendment that was placed in the House, and there was only one amendment made. That particular amendment was that you could pre-fill the top portion of the application. That was taken off so that when you have an application, it's got to be blank when you start. Now, any person can still get anyone's help with applications, just no part of that application can be pre-filled, that's all.
What
And
does that mean in this content, of this bill when you said pre-fill? What does that mean?
so they could not put in any of the information, the person's name, address, phone number, the party that they're affiliated with, which election that it was on, because all those boxes are at the top of the application. And there was an amendment put on the floor that wanted to have more of that stuff pre-filled before.
In the House?
Yeah, well, there's a floor amendment here, and they took it off in committee that said it needs to be blank when you give a application to someone to get their ballot to be able to vote. So again, I want to make sure this particular bill was pre-filed as SB 1 last year. By the time that I went from North Alabama to South Alabama to the Wiregrass to the Black Belt to North Central Alabama, we changed the bill, and we did not deal with ballots. We only were dealing with ballot applications in this particular bill. That's all we're dealing with. So it's not the ballot, it's ballot applications. And one other thing that I changed about the bill, after listening to everyone, especially people with disabilities and veterans overseas, is that anyone that needs help on a ballot can get it. And I put that into the bill so that they're able, anyone you choose can help you if you needed help to fill in their ballot, as long as at the bottom they sign their name, and of course you're the ballot application person, so you have to sign your name at the bottom, or a mark, either one. So the only thing that changed in the House was that they said when you give an application to someone, it just can't have any writing on it. It's got to be blank when you give it to them. So
Now, tell me the distinction that comes in when somebody's being paid. Because it was something, in here, I'm trying to rekindle this bill in my head.
That's fine, yeah.
And this is the big question I'm asking.
right.
Is it a penalty for somebody to help somebody for free?
No.
For free.
can help him-
No money, no cost, no charge.
Nothing.
No nothing.
Somebody can take 1,500 applications by the time I got through this bill and go pass them out to all their constituents all over the state, okay? But when you get through, you cannot have that ballot application, not the ballot application. That's what we're talking about in this bill. Pre-filled with that person's name or what party affiliated with. There's a lot of pressure with some people that say, I want you to vote this way and give them an application. You can't do that. You have to have it blank.
Okay,
Doing that.
walk me through it now. Walk me through it. Okay. A blank application.
That's right.
Here's someone who needs application.
That's right.
Okay.
So
Someone walks up to them and said, you say you need an application, blank application.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a blank application. At that point, the person that gave them the blank application, not being paid now.
not being
I know, I get that part.
Yeah, yeah.
I get that part about the bill, okay?
Right.
About the pay thing. Not being paid.
okay.
What can they do next?
They can give the application.
Okay, give it to them, and then what can they do in relationship to that person needing an assistance to filling out that application? Assistance now.
So that imaginary person you just handed it to right there can ask you for assistance.
Okay, now, what kind of assistance can that person give them?
Anything they want. They can sit down the whole time and fill in the whole application as you're communicating, what party, what your address is, what everything else. And then at the end, you as helping them fill that in as the helper, and then the application, that the late person that's got the application, both have to sign their name at the bottom.
That's on the application. That's not the ballot. That's the application.
Not the ballot. We're not talking about the ballot again. This is just applications. So from that, they would have to sign their name, and you would have to sign your name at the bottom, showing that you helped that particular person. And then you put it in the envelope that's already there, and then you send that back in. And the person that you're helping is supposed to send that in one at a time, obviously in the envelope. You're not supposed to have more than one application in the envelope. And then you're fine. Everything you just said is legal. There's no issue whatsoever.
Okay, tell me what makes it illegal.
All right, when you get paid,
Okay.
yeah,
tell me.
when you get paid to do that or receive money, or if you receive money or pay someone to do that, that's when it becomes illegal.
Okay, now,
So-
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What is that, what are the standards to determine that you were paid? Now, I don't mean the eye test. The eye test, you hand somebody some money, that's, that, I don't want you to think that that's what I'm trying to be like that. What I'm asking, I'm gonna give you an example.
Yeah.
Here it is, because I don't want to single out no position, because that'd be singling out the person in the position. So I'm not trying to do that. But let's just say this. Let's just say that you got A and B running for a campaign.
Yes, sir.
You got A and B have people who work for that campaign. Okay?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like phone bank, like whatever, they do work, putting out signs or anything. Now, would that person, if they help someone, constitute as being paid?
Technically, yes.
That's what I'm getting at. That's okay. So
Technically, yes.
So does it allow for then that you'll be penalized for, and and I don't mind if you don't know the exact answer. I don't mind chit-chatting to the, somebody or you or the legislative office, somebody can give you that. But then let me ask you this. What does it take under consideration in terms of constructive help? And that's what I'm saying is this. A person works for a person campaign. They have a list of volunteers.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. They have you know how every campaign, I'm sure yours, man, you have some folks that purely volunteer. Or, you know, they say, you know, we'll volunteer, help you in your campaign.
Yes, sir.
All right. They volunteered and not getting paid.
That's correct.
Okay, number one, can they go out and make assistance? They ain't getting paid a dime or anything. Can they give assistance?
They can, yes.
Okay, then what if the person works for the campaign who gets paid? Get the material and give it to the volunteer people. See what I'm saying? The person that works for the campaign, go down to the registrar's office and get the applications.
They get the application itself.
Yeah.
And it's blank.
They get just an application.
Okay.
All right, here's the volunteers. Okay?
Give to the volunteer.
Yeah, they don't get paid.
Okay.
Give it to the volunteers.
Okay.
They go out and help the person.
That's correct. And they can do that.
Is the person who works for the campaign guilty because they provided the blank application to the volunteers who went out? And that's a form of constructive. That's what constructive is saying, that person, if constructive used, then it's a likelihood that the person who provided it to the volunteers then could be in violation. Isn't anything clear about that aspect of it? And the reason I said that,
Yes.
this is not being dilatory. I actually said that here when the bill was here. I said my concern was that a worker who works for a campaign, because they're being paid for the campaign itself, if they were, I didn't put the constructive part in. I said that if they went out and took the application and assisted, they would be guilty. That's what I said, and you agree with me right there.
If they're doing it for free.
No. I was talking the one that was paid.
The one that's paid.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
illegal.
Yeah,
That's correct.
okay. But if the one that's paid is you know, in law, we use a little word called, you've heard me say nexus.
Yes.
So if they're the connection,
Okay.
see what I mean?
I know where you're going.
And they paid, and they get it to the volunteer, then are they in violation?
Technically, yes. The nexus, that as you're saying, as the nexus, as the example would be, technically, it would be illegal to do that, yes.
So volunteers for a campaign still can't, and ain't getting paid any money, they gonna be in trouble.
The volunteers, if they go, the volunteers go to the courthouse themselves and got those applications, and it can be up to 1,000 of them, right? And then pass that out all over your district to help you, and they're not getting paid, then that's legal. And they can give assistance
Let me ask you
to
this,
anybody that does it.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
You the author, so you would know these answers. Let me ask you this then. Suppose a worker who works for the campaign,
Okay. So he's getting paid.
yeah, and they're the coordinator over volunteers,
Okay.
and upon his instructions, he tell them to go down there and get these applications.
Let me-
And then I want you to go on the western side over here and start, you know, the people who need help,
That's right.
give them help. Is that a violation?
If they're getting paid, it would be, yes, sir, under this.
For him telling the volunteers to go down there to get their ballot?
Let me back up. Is the volunteers, again, you just said it was a campaign worker, so were they volunteer?
No, the worker is supervising the volunteers. You know what I mean? You have coordinators. You know, you have people who do phone, they in charge of that. People do your advertisement, they in charge of that. This person's in charge of volunteers.
I'm going to read the technical definition first. 'Cause
Okay.
there's a separation there. I know how you're saying that. From the worker
And I want you to
the
know, I'm
nexus.
not being dilatory.
Oh, I understand.
I think everybody up there, and everybody down here need to know what could happen to you if you do something.
If-
Because sometimes, you know, unintentionally people do things.
Right.
Because we as a body hadn't discussed these two questions I've been asking about the constructive and whatnot. So I think some people in here don't even know the answer to that. I don't. And so that's why I asked.
Well, what we've come up with as far as the campaign consultant, I'm going to say rebuttal if I can say that, is that if someone is knowingly being paid or distributing a payment for anything, distributing, ordering, requesting, collecting, completing, pre-filling, obtaining, or delivering a voter's absentee ballot application, this would be illegal. So if they're getting paid, they are. Now, let's say that someone comes up and they're not getting paid hourly or not getting paid for that particular application, then they are able to help with assistance. They're able to go out and distribute as many as they want to and help as many people with assistance as they want to. If they're getting paid to do that, then it would be illegal.
All right, and
So
that's
the money
clear.
transaction is the key factor if it's illegal or not.
Okay, and I'm clear on that, what you said.
All right.
But we didn't, one of the questions it didn't quite touch. And that is not the person that you just told me about. I understand that. I agree, you know, I mean, you're right. I think you're right, okay? But the person who is in charge of these people who are not getting paid, does that cause some problems?
If they knowingly have the intent of going forward and deliberately does not tell the person that is volunteering, then that person would be in trouble. Not the volunteer, because he was volunteering, but the person that is, I'm going to say what your nexus is, the campaign consultant, if it's all right for me to say.
Yeah.
They would be. Thank you very much. So they would be because they willingly had the intent of knowing the law and went against that if they were getting paid. So
You mean the coordinator will be violating the law because he or she is over the volunteers that's volunteering for the campaign, and the volunteers are going out doing it themselves and not the coordinator?
yeah,
Coordinator don't go to nobody's house. They don't take anybody's application. They don't do any of that. Are we saying that they're still guilty because the person who volunteers and doing it not getting paid, but the person who's over volunteers, now they violate the law?
if they have the knowingly intent, whether they're the coordinator at home base, coordinating people to go out that are volunteers,
Yeah.
or if they're out doing it themselves with an application that's already pre-filled, then they would be.
Not pre-filled, they can be blank.
Okay. But if they're getting paid to do that, then it would be.
Not the ones out there who take an application.
So the knowingly intent of that would be, if they were getting, again, the transaction of money would be what triggers if that's illegal or not. So if a volunteer had it had the intent of helping and didn't know anything about that, that would be fine. But if the coordinator knew it, was getting paid from the person that's being elected.
The coordinator.
Yeah, the coordinator. And then he was getting paid and then sent that out knowingly.
Sent the money, not the money.
Now, so let me read this. I'm going to read the sentence again, all right?
Okay.
So if someone that is getting paid is knowingly being paid or distributing a payment for distributing, ordering, requesting, collecting, completing, pre-filling, obtaining, or delivering a voter's absentee ballot application, it would be illegal in this bill.
Let me ask you this then.
Okay?
Assuming I could interpret it either way, and that's my concern. The courts could interpret it either way. So how then would a candidate get somebody to volunteer to go out and do this with the ballot application? How would they do it then? Because by what I'm hearing, if the coordinator is in violation, who coordinating volunteers, not doing anything that they shouldn't do in there personally. They're not giving nobody some money. They're not going out themselves after being a paid person for the campaign,
Right.
And doing it. They are coordinating the volunteers. But, and I give some, you know this, but I'm just saying this. Coordinating means they're saying, look, come down here. We're gonna meet and talk about where you're gonna go out to do your volunteering, and we need to go out over here and over here, and we need you two to cover these 2 blocks over here. Okay, that's the scenario. Is the coordinator in violation for that scenario? And if it is, then I'm gonna give you 2 questions right quick.
Go ahead.
And if it is, then is it not then that the candidate themselves is in violation? Because they paid the coordinator.
They wouldn't be. If they knew about it and
I mean, they got to know about it because these volunteers, that's their, look, it's just like them folks on that first row. They said, we said on the mic, oh, who gonna volunteer to put out the signs that we gonna have a game Wednesday? Okay, and they raised their hand. So now they volunteering for us in the Senate. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, so I know they're volunteers, but we got someone here on staff that we gonna say, okay, well, just take this for instance. I'm gonna take one in here now. Look around in here, just like the pages.
Yeah.
Just like the pages, the same thing.
Right.
They here to volunteer. We got a coordinator over the pages. So the same principle. I'm saying that at what point that you it's okay to do that then, because what I'm hearing in here is directly or indirectly, if anybody down the chain is getting paid, that person, whoever down the whole chain, isn't going to be in violation.
No.
I mean, I'm just hearing that. I'm not saying it, but I want to know. Because you can, if people don't understand this, you can innocently be in violation of this, because they'll make the nexus just like I made it.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, good.
In the bill, I know where you're going with it.
Yeah.
If someone is truly innocent and not having a transaction of being paid or receiving payment, they're not under this law, and they're legal to do that and help people. So the people that are coordinating it, though, if they do know this law and there's a transaction being paid, which most coordinators there is.
Not the transaction. I know I cut you off. I apologize. 10 times. Apologize.
Okay.
I'm not talking about a transaction for the person who is helping.
You're talking about the volunteer then? So we got,
not the volunteer.
The coordinator?
The coordinator. Like in your campaign, your coordinator got an office over here in your campaign.
Right.
Oh, not your campaign, anybody's campaign. I ain't gonna make you be you.
I got you.
Any campaign.
Yep.
All right. That's the person that you paying sitting in that office.
Right.
Not these folks who out there working, but they working for free.
That's correct.
Now take that scenario and apply that law.
Well, if it is truly the transaction, again, I'm going to say this before I start.
What is transaction? Is money?
Paid or receiving payment. Paying someone or receiving payment is the transaction.
Which the coordinator is being paid.
That's correct. So if he goes out for absentee applications.
They ain't going to go out. The coordinator ain't going to move out your office.
Then he's fine then if he's not doing anything. Now.
What he's doing is telling these volunteers to go out there and do it.
You're going to have somebody else. That coordinator would not be, if he did not have anything to do with the absentee and the volunteers. If he had somebody else that says, you're not getting paid, and it's true volunteers, and your word of volunteer, if it's true volunteers, they can go and get 2,000 applicants and pass them all over your district and help people that need help signing it up and putting their name on it and their name, turning it back in so that they can get a ballot to vote, however long that takes to go in through the mail and then back. As far as that coordinator, let's say back at home base, is getting paid and willingly has the intent of going and saying, I want these people to go do these particular houses and do the ballot applications, then he would have the intent of doing that while getting paid. So it would be illegal for him to do that or her to do that.
Okay, if that's the case, I accept that. You know what I mean? So what do you do as a candidate then? I mean, now we back with this bill because we can non-concur and y'all can correct this if there's a problem. I mean, if there's a problem now, I mean, I know everybody rushing to say we bad the ballots, but you about to, you remember last year we had to come back and wait because we were getting ready to zap some folks in here for helping their relatives.
Right.
So now we got the same kind of scenario, not with relatives. How does a campaign have a absentee ballot coordinated effort? How?
It'd have to
I mean, anybody campaign. No, I ain't talking about before walk off the streets and say, I'm just going. Well, better yet, take what you just said.
Okay.
Purely volunteer. 100 people come down to your campaign office and say, I want to volunteer to go out here and get some absentee ballots. What does the candidate supposed to do?
Candidate needs to be.
In that scenario.
Candidate's supposed to be having volunteers to be able to do that, or their family, or somebody like most.
The candidate may have his manager of the campaign that handles the day-to-day, because he may be out there trying to talk to people, shake hands and stuff.
Okay.
That person gets paid.
I agree.
Now these volunteers coming.
You have to set up something else where somebody's not getting paid to set up that application process. That's a true volunteer. Family, daughter, granddaughter, somebody that does that is the only way to be able to do that.
You can do it with relatives. The only thing getting paid.
You can do it with anybody if you want to. You're able to do that as long as they're not getting paid. So, and that's what I would do, right? I'd get my sister, I have 2 sisters and my mother. They'd be in charge of that and doing that process because it's part of our campaigns. We all know that.
Let me ask you this then.
Right.
Can you buy them some water? Water now, walking around 6 hours all day, hot, summertime, 110 degrees. Can you buy them water? If you can't, let's go with that non-concur. If you can't buy these folks some water now.
You're splitting hairs now.
No, I'm not. No, you know why I'm not? Look at my hands. Look at my hands. Look at my hands. When you get a chance, look up. When you look at me, I'm gonna show you something.
What's up?
The wings. We talking about the wings on the plane now.
Okay.
See, that Harvard Ballot, that's the plane. There ain't nobody talking about the wings.
Gotcha.
That's all I'm talking about. Now, so how do we handle that?
I'm gonna say this.
You gonna come up with the solution? I'm gonna say that's the amendment need to be on it. How we handle it?
I don't think we need an amendment, but I do think that when it's all said and done, obviously the financial transaction for getting paid or paying someone represents what's legal and not legal. In the campaign, if you're the candidate, you have either family or friends that want to volunteer, they need to run that application process for you to keep you 100% free from any liability that could be placed on you, right? This whole bill has never been about Republican, never been about Democrat, never been about independent whatsoever. This is true election integrity for all of us. For the fact of, I'm going back to your question, we've never worried, I'm just going to make up a name, Grandma Moses paying their grandchild $5 for gas money to go put in their application. That's not what this is about. This has willing intent in the law that states if you're going to go gather in 1,600 ballots from people that aren't going to vote, that's what this bill's about. I don't think you're going to see anybody worrying about that bottle of water, a stamp, splitting hairs on this stuff. I think the wings are straight and clean, and that's where we are. That's the willing intent, and to make sure that I follow that up, Senator. On page 4, lines 95 through 98, it says knowingly, this bill makes it unlawful for any person to knowingly distribute an application that is pre-filled. The second part of that is on page 5, line 120 to 126. And it says the same thing, that it's the knowingly distribute an application, but knowing intent to do this. Now, having said that, it's not a good way for me to cast a net all over the state of Alabama, but not get the little stuff to the big. That's the only way we can do the whole state. So I know where you're going. You're trying to find
where I'm going with that. You know where I'm going, but I ain't gonna go that far with it. I'm just gonna make this statement. And I have to say it because, people who can't relate to what I'm saying. I ain't saying nobody in here can, but some of them people up there, they can't relate to what I'm saying when I get ready to say it because out of their eyes, they see it like you saying.
Right.
And that's understandable. Not worry about the little, those little bit things you talking about, Smilderman, and that's not what we're trying to do here, and we're trying to do A, B, C, or D, and I think that you're right, okay? I want to let you know that no, I don't take issue with what you said and what your intent is. But as I talk and they're listening, I'll say this: that's the reason you see concern about voting, and you see concern about these kind of issues, and especially from me in particular, and I'll just say probably several members of our caucus is because, you know, them little bitty things you talking about, we don't get the benefit of the doubt. We being black people, we do not. We don't. Those kind of things come as if it's a hammer in our world. Okay, and so that's why those little bitty things are so important, because just unknowingly, you said, okay, I didn't pay nobody to do that. I didn't pay the volunteers. I didn't do anything. Okay, all I did was roll around out there, saw them, and thanked them, and gave them a bottle of water because it was hot. Thing of value. 50-cent bottle of water. Mm-hmm. I rest my case. That's what I'm saying. I had to say that because, you know, when y'all see us over here talk about this, I know it's a couple people say, why they just being dilatory? They doing no. We in our world, it's serious stuff. It's serious. I just heard somebody back over there said that's right. Back over there. It's serious stuff. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, I don't expect people who don't day to day come in contact with this world for their radars to light up automatically, because in their world, this is going, like you said, the little stuff, ain't nobody finna make no fuss in your world about the little stuff. Mm-hmm. Somebody from your world might make a big fuss about little stuff in our world. Yeah, that's how I'm just making a point. That's all I'm saying. You know, and so with that in mind, that's where my concern comes in. You worked hard on the bill. Let me just say that to you.
Thank you.
I see work that you've done in that bill.
Appreciate it.
And as to some of the things that we addressed, you know, and we talked about, we went through, and so I just want to acknowledge that first. I don't want to sit up here. I didn't say you. I said in my world. I said nothing about you. Okay, so I want to clear that up. No. But so they took that amendment off, and then they didn't take anything else off?
The only thing they took off.
Did they put another amendment on?
They didn't put any amendments on. So the only thing they did was take off one in committee so that it has to be a blank form when somebody hands that to the person that wants the application. That's all it is. And again, this is the application only, not the ballot, right?
Okay.
So that's all that was added, and that was taken off is the only thing. And so that's what we're concurring to today. Everything else is the exact same. But we made changes when we listened to everybody, every group, right? For the last 9 months when it was the off season from all over the state. But I made those changes when I did that bill. And there was a lot of confusion that day in committee, but that was the reason, because I thought we were talking about the first bill that I pre-filed. This with the Health Secretary of State was the second bill that was a substitute, which is the same bill that I truly think corrected the ballot harvesting issue, which is this bill now.
Okay. Now, there's no restriction in this bill. Is there any restrictions in this bill that says that you can come out your district and come down to my district and help me as a volunteer, not being paid? And is that going to make you in a violation? Listen at this. Is that going to make you into a violation because you are elected official and I'm an elected official? I know on the little donations at your campaign, you can't do it to another one.
Right.
Can you not help? Because help could be interpreted as what? A thing of value.
Yeah.
So is that a violation?
That's not a violation.
Okay.
If you're asking me, I'm going to come help you, number one.
Oh, I know you would. That's why I use you. I know you would.
But then number two, I'm bringing my own water bottle when I come.
You know, with that in mind, I appreciate you dialoguing with me.
Always. Always.
And I'm through with the dialogue.
At that point, I'd like to concur with the motion from the House.
Would you like to use long roll? All
Passage.
Long roll.
Long roll.
right, Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger.
Aye.
Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton.
No.
Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Conley, Conley, Champ, so.
Twenty-four ayes, 5 nays. The Senate concurs. Thank you, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr.
Secretary,
President.
call the next House message.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives, as amended as therein shown and as amended, has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 129 relating to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to give you an idea of what changes the House, changes were made in the House. Talk about those changes, and I know my colleagues will have some questions and certainly willing to entertain those. There were 2 committee amendments that were made in the House. Those 2 committee amendments, one of them was a change to line 24 through 28, and that changed what a contractor is. That definition was changed to, or from, excuse me, give me just a second here. It's on page 1. This is a committee amendment. Beginning on line 24, the original version said the definition of a contractor was any individual or entity that is entered to a public contract pursuant to Title 39 or Title 41 of the Code of Alabama 1975. That committee amendment changed the language of what a contractor is to this: any individual or entity that provides services to a state agency, public institution of higher education, or local board of education. This term does not include an individual or entity that provides construction services. So that was one of the House committee changes. The second amendment out of the House occurred on line 77. And let's see here.
excuse me. what
Senator,
was the
before you
original-
move on from that
Sure.
part to go to another one, because there look like it's two definitions of a contractor now from the original, what does this new definition do for the bill that the other one, is the differences in that as a contractor, now that we're defining them differently?
Yeah, it kind of narrows it down. I mean, the original language in the bill, going back to that, included contractor pursuant to Title 39 or Title 41, Public Works contract, and this just limits it to entities that are not providing construction services. I think there was some issues there. You know, we talk about in terms of having some adverse consequences. We want to make sure that's kind of narrows that down in that scope on that particular change.
All right, now, I requested a copy of the bill so the young lady is bringing it. Now, you made an effort right there. I just want you to know that. I didn't put all the threads together. So I don't want you to think I asked something, you said, well, hey, I just told you that you did, but I didn't put the strings together. I want to look at the comparison and contrast.
Right.
That's what you're trying to do, and I want you to know that I recognize it. I just ain't quite put it together yet. All right, tell me what the bill, we talking about the amendment now.
Yeah, right, the First Amendment that changed the contractor language on.
Yeah, okay, now, what does the contractor language say now? You can tell me, I'll get the bill in a minute, but you can tell me your own words if you want to.
Well, I think it's better, let me read it so I don't skip over anything. So the contractor language now says any individual or entity that provides services to a state agency, public institution of higher education, or local board of education. This term does not include an individual or entity that provides construction services. So in essence, what it did was strike out the construction part of that.
Strike the construction out.
That's essentially what the amendment did.
Okay, now, bring me back full circle. Tell me the content of this amendment in relationship to this bill. See, when we put three bills in one, it kind of it's a point where the first bill that put in here go and cuts off. There's a point where this part comes in, and then I think this is the bill at the end. We got the little bathrooms at the end. That's the third part. Bathrooms, the middle part, and the other part. I mean, that's just what it is. So I'm trying to gather what content are we talking about these contractors? Are we saying, just kind of tell me,
Yes.
we just talking about, the amendment, it's just talking about contractors, and you told me what it did. It kind of pulled them out. Okay, that part. I know we hadn't talked about how the amendment read yet.
Right.
Okay, but now for me to flow with you smoothly, and really in a timely manner, okay, is that I've got to understand what it is, why why is this section in there? What ahead of this section, before we get here, what are we saying about what content are these contractors? Are these some people that providing some seminars? Are these some people that providing some books? Are these some people that providing some lectures? Are these some people that providing what? And you see what I'm getting in there?
Yeah, no.
Do you follow what I'm saying?
I think I do.
Okay.
Because the way it was changed, it includes all entities, any individual or entity that provided a service, whatever that service was.
What did we change? I apologize to cut you off.
That's
But what is it? Why are we talking about them? I am not talking about because it's the bill or this, but I mean,
I mean,
why?
where does contractor relate in the bill?
Yeah. I mean, here it is. We're putting some restrictions on this section, but restrictions from doing what? What were they doing at first? And now we put these restrictions to modify that behavior.
I'm going to go through here and highlight on my own paper while we're talking about it. So, Section 2, Section 3 is, nope, Section 2 of the bill says a state agency, local board of education, or public institution of education may not do any of the following. And then if you drop down to, now I'm on line 78, it's the first time,
Wait a minute, let me get there.
look at 78.
I'm with you now. Oh, yeah, okay.
Direct or compel a student, employee, or contractor to personally affirm, adopt, or adhere to a divisive concept. So that's the first time that, other than the definition, that a contractor is used in this bill. So
Okay, now, let me stop.
right back to contractor.
So, are we saying in here that, let's just say, what kind of contract are we talking about? I know we're not talking about construction because you told me that they out. What kind of, give me just one example. I don't.
Well, it could be provide anybody, I think the bill says anybody provides services to a state agency, K through 12 or higher education. So that could be a whole host of different things. I guess there is no limit to that, what that contractor would be, other than it can't be in the construction context.
I got
Service
you.
provider.
Okay.
One of those three that's not in construction.
Okay, so if we've got somebody that's providing services, and that just say, I'm gonna say it because I'm gonna try to bring it closer. I could come to some abstract service, but I'm gonna say providing tutorial service, outside tutorial service.
Right.
Okay. Kind of like the way we got these initiatives going. They contracting with these people who coming in, who providing the service for those initiatives. Would that be somebody that's kind of fit the category?
think so.
Could fit the category.
Could possibly fit that category.
So what you're saying here is that they can't compel, if those students are under their authority, then they cannot compel them in their exercises or in their responses or in their, they can't say it all.
Just the opposite of that. It says, if you start at section 2, it says a state agency.
Wait a minute, am I on the right section?
You're in the right section. Look at line 71. This is the engrossed version.
Oh,
So
69. I got 69. I don't have the
Okay.
engrossed. Yes, I do. I got engrossed.
You got the Senate engrossed, or you got the House with
Senate.
their? Okay, so I'm looking off of the House with the amendments on there.
Can we get a page? Can he make a copy? They can make a copy right there. I can talk as long as you want me to, or you can just talk to me.
Well, I don't mind.
I just wanted to be on the same
If we
page
get-
you on, because I'm 2 lines off of you, so I'm missing something.
If we could get folks from LSA to maybe make a copy of what was made for me earlier.
So can y'all make a copy of him? Can anybody up here make a copy? His bill, the House bill and amendment. I think they're trying to get it for us.
Okay, well, let's kind of just talk a little
Okay,
bit until
okay.
you get it.
Okay.
But the important part of that is that section 2, even if you look on your line 69, I guess, section 2 is what a state agency, local board of education, or public institution of higher education may not do the following. So those 3, state agencies, local board of education, public institution of higher ed, cannot direct or compel a student, employee, or contractor. So it's not prohibited the contractor from doing anything. It is saying the state agency, local board of education, or public institution of higher education may not compel a student, employee, or contractor to do these things. So it's not restricting the contractor, it's restricting what those entities can tell or make the contractor do.
Okay. Well, the contract do it on their own.
I don't think that independent business that wants to believe or say or think something along those lines, then I don't think this bill touches that.
And I knew you were gonna say that, because I knew you knew the First Amendment. So I'm not surprised at the response I just got. You know, sometimes, not all the time, sometimes we have an anticipation of what the answer should be when we ask the question as lawyers. So,
Lawyer.
so I kind of figured that might be the answer, but I wasn't sure. Oh, okay, now let's go to is it another amendment that went on?
There is. Let me kind of get back on track. So I'm on page 3, my line 77.
Okay,
which is actually right above what I was just talking about. That's probably your line 68.
Oh, I got what you got.
You got okay.
So it's section 2.
That's correct.
Yours start on 78.
Well, 77, if yours is highlighted there, it's not really highlighted, but, emboldened there.
All right, I'm there.
So I'll start with line 74.
Okay.
Because that's number 1. Let me make sure we get the right one here. It's the same one. Yeah. Okay, this is a good copy coming for you.
Okay. Okay, how about the press?
Look on line beginning on 74, and then I'll tell you after I read that in its entirety.
All right, I'm looking at 74.
All right. So again, this is under section 2 where it says a state agency, local board of education, or public institution of higher education may not do any of the following. Number 1,
wait, who may not? Say that again right quick.
State agency, local board of education, or public institution of higher ed may not do any of the following. And then number 1 that begins on line 74 says sponsor any diversity, equity, or inclusion program or maintain any office, physical location, or department that promotes diversity, equity, inclusion programs. What was added is after that as defined in subsection 3 of section 1.
Okay, what's that? What page that's on? I want to see what that is.
Subsection 3 of section 1 can be found on page 3, top of that page, line 57. So it refers back, there was some questions about, hey, that's a little vague there, so let's refer back to what that definition is. So it just simply refers back to what that definition is. And I think, if I'm correct, and I wasn't in the House committee meeting, but I believe that was a unanimous on that vote as well. Matter of fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe, well, it is my belief that all of these amendments were unanimous.
Okay, wait, so what we're saying up here, I see in the program class found a sexual orientation that otherwise valid today. Okay. Now, I mean, can in the meaning, and I see some definitions over. You got something? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's good. What's in this bill, can you tell me what, because I see the definition for divisive concepts, okay? But over here, in number 3, the one you showed me on page 3 at the top.
Right.
It says diversity, equity, and inclusion program. What's the difference between divisive concept and diversity?
Well, the divisive concepts are listed on section 1 in the definitions, and I think there's 9, 10 of those that are listed succinctly, and then the diversity, equity, inclusion program is any program, class, training, seminar, or other event where attendance is based on an individual's race, sex, gender, identity, ethnicity, national origin, or sexual orientation, or that otherwise violates this act. The term does not include programs, classes, training, seminars, or other events that are necessary to comply with that applicable state law, federal law, or court order, which, by the way, you will remember that last sentence on that part was an addition that we made and agreed to, I think, on the Senate floor to comply with applicable state, federal, and court order.
So let me ask you this. If there is a program that is put on, okay, let's just say, okay, a program that's put on, but it's not noted or designated that only one group can come. That's what I think you're saying in here, designated attendance. Oh, tell me, what is this saying? I can't speak for you.
Well, you know.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm getting at. You know, I'm getting at that. See, my interpretation, because of the way I would like to interpret it, is saying that, okay, a program can be put on, but it can't be a program that's exclusive for one segment. It may talk about one segment, it may talk about this, but anybody, it's open to anybody to come or who don't want to come. Nobody has to come. It's not, nobody's barred from coming. Nobody being anybody in the universe.
When we're talking,
is that what that's saying? And if it's not, tell me what it's saying.
no, I think that's a pretty good description, but it's important to put it in context. If we're talking about at post-secondary or secondary education, higher ed, you know, if there's an event that is specifically designated for, you know, female, you know, participation, that it's something that impacts females maybe more than males, there's no exclusion of males. Males are certainly welcome to come to that event, even though it's designated or it is, you know, might benefit specifically women, but you know, males are certainly able to come to that.
Okay. I understand. All right. What's the other amendment? I got you.
So we talked about that's the definition there. And then we go to page 4. Nothing on page 4.
Okay.
Page 5 was an addition, and it's based on that contractor type language. And if you look on line 120, again, I'm in section 3, number 3, and this was a House committee amendment. No state agency or political subdivision may terminate a contract or contractor under this section unless a contractor in this state knowingly violated this act in the course of his or her contractual obligations. We talk about unintended consequences, right? Well, we don't want, I mean, certainly, you know, excuse of the law is not a defense. You and I both know that in the courtroom, the law is what the law is, but we want to make sure that that intent, that mens rea is there, that if somebody says, I am going to intentionally violate this, then they come up under this provision. But if it's an unintended act, in other words, you can't delete or dismiss or void a contract because of this section here. So I think it adds some protection there for folks who say, hey, I just didn't know, I didn't understand. And this amendment says no state agency or political subdivision may terminate a contract or contractor under this section unless the contractor in the state knowingly violated this act in the course of his or her contractual obligations. Again, I think it provides some safeguards or safe harbors there for people who may run afoul of something and they say, well, I just didn't realize what the law was or how it applied. So I think it's a safeguard there.
And when we say contractor, we're not talking about necessarily a contractor who's building a building. We're talking about any person that's, the definition means if you're under a contract, then you are a contractor. That's correct?
So that's right. Going back to that original definition position is defined in here, that contractor, what a contractor is, anybody who provides a service, not in a building context, but refers back to that definition that we talked about to begin with of what a contractor is.
Okay, okay. What other amendments?
Let's see here. So then go on page 6, where I'm on line 159, and quite honestly, or starting on 158, I guess, technically.
I'm there with you.
Well, let me back up. Let's go to 155, because that's the beginning of that subsection 5.
Okay.
So we're in the subsection that says nothing in this act prevents these things, right? We talked about definitions, and then in the second section, we talked about what is prohibited, and then under this section, it says, although we've prohibited these things, nothing in this act prohibits these list of things. So nothing in this act or this bill, this legislation, starting on line 155, prohibits an institution of higher education from performing research, collecting data, engaging in recruiting and outreach programs, offering academic support services, engaging in clinical trials, or providing, and then here's where the changes come in, but there were additions, medical, which was already there, mental, which was already there, and then we added or any to healthcare, and then we added or clinical services targeted to support individuals of any specific demographic. So it broadens to make sure that there was some questions about clinical services. That's probably a term of art, honestly. I think the way it was originally written was which said clinical trials or medical or mental health care. But there were some folks who said, well, hey, you know, clinical services are a little bit different or could be viewed a little bit different than just medical or mental. Again, probably a term of art. I don't know how that changes things. I think the wording in there originally would have covered those clinical services, but certainly we want to give the ability for the universities to continue to, you know, be able to teach folks and not get into the lane of something that we didn't anticipate.
Okay. All right. What other amendment?
And if you go to page 7, and this was actually, I believe, a floor amendment by Representative Chestnut. As you know, very good lawyer, and called something that I think sometimes lawyers, you know, will brag on us a little bit. Sometimes we're the ones who see things. Of course, sometimes we're the one who make things more difficult, right?
You know, in that light, I want to say this to you. I was told that it would be like that, and I didn't realize until I got into law school. But, you know, I realized this point. When I'm not saying other people don't, okay? This is not an exclusive statement, but it's a definite and inclusive statement. You know, when you and I sit at home and we cut on in our office, and we cut on the TV, and the news come on, you know, you might have it on CNN or whoever you like to look at. Then when we hear them give a story, the first thing that probably, you know, if you sitting by yourself special, I don't mean somebody talking to you, the first thing pops in my mind is the law that they're talking about in that story. For most people, it's the story because it's an editorialized version of the law. But as you know, we kind of glance over this editorial thing. We try to say, now, okay, what's the legal thing in there? So I could see Chestnut doing that, is what I'm saying. He's a lawyer, and I could see him looking at it strictly from that perspective, you know. And so, tell me what it was that he picked up from that perspective on it.
All right, so we're still in the section that says nothing in this act prohibits, and then it goes through and lists out multiple things that the act does not prohibit. So I'll pick up on line 176. So
okay,
nothing in this act prohibit, and then 9 says may be construed to inhibit or violate the First Amendment rights of any student or employee, or to undermine the duty of a public institution of higher education to protect to the greatest degree academic freedom, intellectual diversity, and free expression, where he caught that is that it went on in the original version, it said, provided that none of these protected tenants conflict with these act. Well, this amendment scratches that, provided that none of these protective tenant or 5,000 pages infringe on anyone's First Amendment right.
That's true.
I mean, the courts can, you can't yell fire in a crowded, movie theater, but there are limits certainly that are set out, but generally we can't weigh in on that. So it's a good catch by him. It was not needed. It just struck out that provided none of these protected tenants conflict with this act, so.
Okay.
And then I think, I believe that does it. That is the gist of, there were two amendments in the House committee that we talked about, and then the floor amendment that we just went through with Representative Chestnut.
All right, now, how many amendments did we put on in the Senate?
Oh,
a lot of them. You have to give me the number. Okay, let me ask you this.
A lot of them.
What, are those amendments still on?
They are. None of them got struck. I think, if I remember correctly, on the Senate floor, when we were discussing this bill and how to make it a better bill.
Unintended consequences.
Right,
that was the theme of what we were saying, and and I appreciate you being sensitive to that aspect. I'll say that to you here. I appreciate that. I'm a flower given while you live. Not put it on your casket and say, he was all right.
Thank you.
So
I think there were probably, now the number of amendments was probably somewhere around 3 or 4. I don't remember, but those amendments incorporated multiple other individual potential amendments. So we consolidated them down to 2, 3, or 4. But there was many as, I think, 20 that we were discussing at one time, and probably somewhere around 12 or 13 of them landed in the original version that was not struck out, were not struck out in the House.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you discussing that with me and explaining those amendments. I was kind of concerned about that aspect of it.
Yes, sir.
And so I see where we are with it now. So thank you very much.
I always appreciate your discussion up here, discussion when we're not on the floor on this bill and other bills about unintended consequences, adverse consequences that may be in any type of bill. You've been here a while. You've seen a lot of things, and so I am appreciative of that.
And I'll say the same to you, because as you said, so noted, we probably, I would say that if I put the time up on the clock, I would say that we probably talk twice as much off of the floor as we probably will about these issues. So thank you very much.
People don't see that, the discussions that go on in our offices, heartfelt discussions.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay. I'm through with my discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, with that, I'd move to concur with the House amendment.
Yes, long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen.
If we don't.
Mr. Barfoot.
Aye.
Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-three ayes.
3 nays.
4 noes. 23 ayes. 4 noes. Van coming in here?
Senator Wagner, you want to vote yes? Yeah. 25-4.
25.
All right, 25 ayes, 4 nays. The Senate concurs. Thanks, Senator Barfoot.
You're still in the House, President.
All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 226 by Representative Allman is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 190 by Representative Carnes with notice and proof relating to the general retirement system for Jefferson County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 194 by Representatives Pettis and Treadaway relating to the State Procurement Code is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 253 by Representative Brown relating to the State Port Authority is referred to the Committee on County and Municipal Government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 95 by Representative Stubbs relating to virtual education is referred to the Committee on Education Policy. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 230 by Representative Wilcox and Underwood relating to corporations is referred to the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 241 by Representative Lovern relating to the first responders is referred to the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 221 by Representative Ellis relating to insurance is referred to the Committee on Banking and Insurance. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill 187 by Representative Faulkner relating to income taxes is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 236 by Representative Rafferty and others relating to sales and use taxes is referred to the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Mr. President, the House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill number 60 by Representative Colvin relating to the abuse of adults with disabilities is referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 219 by Representative Faulkner relating to motor vehicles is referred to the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 222 by Representative Underwood and others relating to sex offenders is referred to the Judiciary Committee. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 275 by Representative Almond relating to indigent defense is referred to the Committee on Finance, Taxation, General Fund. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Almond. Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives originated and passed the following engrossed House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Bill 265 by Representative Bolton relating to motor vehicles is referred to the Committee on Veterans and Military Affairs. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 80, appointing Joel Anderson II to the University of North Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Yes. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 81, appointing Gary L. Smith to the University of North Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 82, appointing Simpson Russell to the University of North Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 83, appointing Ann C. Whitaker to the University of North Alabama Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 84, appointing Christine Leadus to the Alabama State Board of Midwifery is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 85, appointing Noel Leithart to the Alabama State Board of Midwifery is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 86, appointing Rita Prince to the Alabama State Board of Public Accountancy is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 87, appointing Michael Evans to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Major General, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 88, appointing Kendrick Traylor to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Major General, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 89, appointing Michael Izzo to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Major General, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 90, appointing Jeffrey Smith to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Major General, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 91, appointing David Crenshaw to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 92, appointing John Fleet to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 93, appointing Dewana Butler to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Senate Confirmation number 94, message from the Governor, appointing Matthew Vallis to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation number 95, appointing Andrew Conant to the Alabama Army National Guard, promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, is referred to the Committee on Confirmations.
All right, this concludes House messages. Now move on to committee reports.
From the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 112 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 191 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill 167 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill 177 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill 204 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill 213 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 177 receives a favorable report by a vote of 11 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary called next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 86 receives a favorable report. From the Committee on Local Legislation, House Bill 213 receives a favorable report.
All right, these bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions. Any motions or resolutions?
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a resolution that is commending the Jasper High School girls basketball team for being the 5A state champions.
All right, Secretary Reed received the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 35 by Senator Reed, commending and congratulating the Jasper High School girls basketball team and coaches upon winning the Alabama High School Athletic Association 5A state basketball championship.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
Now, out of all the things that we discuss and do in here, this is probably one I really need to talk on. Because you know why? Because They the one who beat us.
They beat Ramsey.
Oh, yeah, they beat us up good. I'm talking about unmercifully. They didn't take no pit on us. You know, see, we was in the same area with y'all, you know, so we played, yeah, y'all beat up on us the whole year. But, you know, I believe in intercessory prayer. You know, I just want y'all to know that on a serious note. I believe in that. And my prayers were answered because we don't have to fool with y'all no more. Y'all gone to 6A, and we in 5. So I'm just so glad y'all up there. I hope y'all get all the championships in the world. That means we got a chance to get one, too. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Senator
you,
Reed.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to make I guess I need to make a motion for immediate consideration.
Yeah, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
And that all senators be added.
All right, any objection to that? Hearing none, so ordered.
And if we've got a good roll, make a motion that we pass it with a previous roll.
All those in favor say aye. No, this is a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, the motion's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Senator Reed.
Mr.
All right,
President,
Senator Roberts.
I have a resolution.
All right, Secretary Reed received the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 36 by Senator Roberts and others commending Dr. James Andrews on his retirement.
Mr. President, this recognizes Dr. James Andrews, who cut his teeth at Houston Orthopedic on the Auburn sidelines and then was on Alabama and Auburn sidelines for a number of years. Then the Washington Redskins and then Commanders. He would fly up every Sunday wherever they were playing and take care of them. He became one of the most preeminent orthopedic surgeons in the nation. And if you were ever in his clinic and had the opportunity to be there with myself and many other guys, you would run into pro athletes, golfers, pitchers, every sport imaginable would be coming to Birmingham, Alabama to have surgeries with him. And then he developed quite the team. Dr. Lyle Kane is behind him now covering the Alabama sidelines. And so we just want to commend him on his retirement for a job well done. I'd move for immediate consideration and all senators enrolled.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, resolution's adopted. Thanks, Senator Roberts.
Mr. President,
All right, Senator Wagner.
have some resolutions from rules.
All right, Secretary Reed receive some resolutions from rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Joint Resolution number 26, commending Alabama's 2023 export record. Also, House Joint Resolution number 11, commending Gunnar Henderson. Also, House Joint Resolution number 44, commending Jimmy Jones. Also, House Joint Resolution number 50, proclaiming Space Day in Alabama. Also, House Joint Resolution number 54, commending Sharon Malone. Also, House Joint Resolution number 57, commending Emma Robertson on her 110th birthday. Also, House Joint Resolution number 67, commending the Central High School football team. Also, House Joint Resolution number 72, mourning the death of James Alvin Jim Littleton. Also, House Joint Resolution number 74, commending Captain Marion Bullock. Also, House Joint Resolution number 82, commending Coach Carville William Roll Jr. Receive a favorable report.
I got a question.
All right, Senator Smithman.
Yeah, I don't know what the right question to ask to get the information. So I don't know if it's a division of all the issues, or if it's a conversation of all the issues, or if it asks for the issues to be read. Can I ask for one and not all of them, or since we're doing the book? And let me just tell you what I'm trying to do, and then because I even shared it with the senator right here. I'm trying to determine on that resolution that you got for Jim Littleton. It's one, and I heard the name said Jim Littleton that has passed away or something like that. And wasn't it one that said Jim Littleton? Didn't one of them say Jim Littleton? It is, isn't it? See, I thought I said it. I'm serious. When, sometimes folks think, sometimes they say, what are you talking about? But I knew him. And I've worked with him somewhere, if it's the same person that I think it is. So if it's can in any way this can be read? I mean, all of them can be read, I would think, ain't they? If I ask you, you can't have them read. So in mass, you can't get a resolution read to understand what you voting on. You can't. So what you can't. I understand what you're saying. Okay. All right. Go right on. If we can.
All right, go ahead and read the one on Littleton.
House Joint Resolution number 72, celebrating the life and legacy of James Alvin Littleton by Representative McCampbell.
That's what I'm talking about.
Whereas it is with profound sorrow that we note the death of United States Army veteran James Alvin Jim Littleton on January 25th, 2024 at the age of 84. His passing leaves a void in the lives of his loving family, many friends, and the community where he was highly regarded. And whereas Jim Littleton was born on October 28th, 1939 to Wealtha Littleton Long in Fort Gaines, Georgia. At the age of 16, he matriculated at Tuskegee Institute and graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Commercial Industries in 1960. And whereas following college graduation, Jim Littleton joined the United States Army and served on active duty in Korea near the demilitarized zone as a radio operator. And whereas after returning to Tuskegee, he married the love of his life and college sweetheart Hazel Pope on March 16, 1963. He continued his military service in the U.S. Army Reserves, became active with the Masonic Lodge, and became an instructor for students enrolled in Tuskegee Institute's Industrial and Commercial Technology curriculum. In 1968, he earned his master's degree in guidance and personnel services from Tuskegee Institute. And whereas a strong work ethic coupled with a drive to ensure fair and equitable job opportunities for others propelled Jim Littleton into key management positions with nationally recognized companies such as International Harvester and General Electric. His continued advocacy for improved workforce training and livable wages in Alabama's manufacturing sector were recognized when he was appointed in 1979 as executive assistant to Governor Fob James to serve as liaison to specific state agencies that engaged in labor relations, personnel, and economic development issues. Jim remained in this position until 1983. And whereas Jim Littleton continued to work for the betterment of his community by serving in various roles, including Associate Parole Board member, Legislative Coordinator at Alabama Arise, and Director of Community and Economic Development at ADECA until his retirement. And whereas following his retirement, Jim Littleton remained an active and devoted church member at St. John's African Union Methodist Church by serving as a steward emeritus, singing in the male and senior choirs, and taking part in many community outreach programs. And whereas Jim Littleton remained a member in good standing in the Lewis Adams Masonic Lodge number 67 in Tuskegee, where he was a 33rd degree Sovereign Grand Inspector General of the United Supreme Council Prince Hall affiliation, Southern Jurisdiction, Noble of the Mystic Shrine, past Master Emeritus Officer Alabama Grand Council, and Master Mason. And whereas left to treasure his beloved memory are the beloved wife Hazel Pope Littleton, children Michael Littleton and Darrell Littleton, grandchildren Brandon Littleton, Sergeant Braxton Littleton, Hannah Littleton, and Jonathan Littleton, as well as many close cousins, extended family, and friends. And whereas although his presence will be greatly missed, the memory of Jim Littleton will be cherished in the hearts of all who knew and loved him. His dedication to improving the working conditions for all surely benefited all Alabamians. Now therefore be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the death of James Alvin Littleton is recorded with deep sadness, and this resolution is offered in tribute to his life and service to others, along with heartfelt sympathy to his family, whose grief is shared by many.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. All right. Now the motions for adoption. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, Secretary, read and receive the next resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 69, naming the bridge on U.S. Highway Route 280 that spans Alabama State Highway Route 21 in Sylacauga, Alabama, the Adam Russell and Mark Gann Memorial Bridge, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President, have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 49, naming a portion of U.S. Route 72 in Huntsville, Alabama, the agent Billy Clardy III Memorial Mile, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution 50, proclaiming March 5th, 2024 as Space Day in Alabama, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President, have a
Wagner.
resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Okay. What's our number? 30? Sure. 37. Senate Joint Resolution number 37 by Senator Wagner, recognizing February 6, 2024 as Ronald Reagan Day in the state of Alabama.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, Senator Jones.
Mr. President, thank you. I have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 38 by Senator Jones, celebrating the life of Chris Abney Ziegler Dindy, MS.
Mr. President, Chris Denny was a constituent of mine that recently passed away, was an international renowned expert on ADHD. Many in the chamber may recognize the iceberg graphic that describes ADHD, and she came up with that. It was the work that she did was very important to the field. And with that, I would move for immediate consideration that all members be enrolled.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, any other motions or resolutions? All right, now go on to the first bill.
Mr. President.
Hold on, we got to call the bill first.
On page 16 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 153 by Senator Jones relating to expungement, BIR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Jones.
Move adoption of the BIR. We have a good roll. Let's call the long roll.
Okay, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chastain, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shillnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 16 of the calendar, Senate Bill 153 by Senator Jones relating to expungement.
Mr. President,
Senator Jones.
this bill fixes what I believe was an oversight in law dealing with youthful offender education. Basically, in a nutshell, there are a certain number of things that can be basically expunged from a record, but if you were a youthful offender on those same items, there was a loophole, and sometimes those were not being expunged. So simple cleanup doesn't really add anything other than that, and if there are no questions, I'll move for final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 153 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Thank you, Senator Jones. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 79 by Senator Smitherman and others relating to occupational licensing boards. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
move for adoption of the BR and as unanimous consent use previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 79 by Senator Smitherman and others relating to occupational licensing boards.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
may I be recognized? Speak about the bill.
Yeah, you want to start your first hour?
No, I
Just
mean, I
kidding.
will. This would be a
I
good
was
bill
just
for us.
checking. I was just making sure.
This would be a good bill to end on as unfinished business, so I could come back and start back talking Wednesday morning.
Now,
You can start his first hour, and I'll pick up the second one.
Mr. President, may I be recognized?
Please do.
all right.
Yeah.
You're recognized.
Do you need to go anywhere tonight?
Nowhere at all. In fact, let me tell you this. I already got my room to spend the night, so I just be here all night if you want me to.
I'll yield to my colleague from Jefferson.
Thank you. I appreciate
All right,
it.
Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, it says that, this is the essence of the bill. It says that it's underlined on page 3. Any individual who has been convicted of any criminal offense at any time may request that an occupational licensing board determine whether the individual's criminal conviction disqualifies the individual from obtaining a license from the board. Any individual making a request shall include details of the individual's criminal conviction and any required fee as provided in subsection C. So if there's any questions,
Senator Gudger?
Mr. President, is that with misdemeanors, felonies, all of the above, you're letting the boards decide if they need to be on those boards or not?
In terms of those licenses, yes, it could get that license. What they're doing in essence is taking in the totality of all the facts and circumstances, and then making a determination if those fit what their standards and requirements are for people getting the license, versus just blanketly because they've been convicted, that means you can't get it. You know, I'll give you an example, not of this, but of that type of approach, is that if, you know, you take, for instance, we have a truancy law where kids have to go to school. Right. And because the child stays out a certain length of time, that the law is going to charge both parents, although one parent, take this for instance, they could be working 11 to 7 shifts, have nothing to do with taking those kids to school. So in that same analysis, what they're saying is that they're going to look at the one who's got to take, but they're going to the one that doesn't, and they're going to make the determination whether they ought to be liable, because technically, under that scenario, both parents are first started out as being considered in violation until you get to that point. And the reason I knew that so clear was simply because I had a trial like that, not with that issue, but just like that this last week, where it was 2 different individuals like that.
I see where you're going on that one. The other extreme is if somebody, let's say, is a violent criminal, but then gets on those boards or whatever, or those occupational, and the board says, oh, they're fine, but then there's an issue with safety with some of these particular boards. That scares me a little bit, but this is only, I haven't seen this bill, so this is the first time I've seen it, but I'm not going to be at the last hour, the last second getting in your way, but at the same point, I don't like the way that was worded, that any criminal charges anyway. Like if there was something that was a violent criminal or something like that, that worries me a little bit.
Well, it shouldn't worry you, because what it's saying is that if they have anyone, they can make an appeal to the board and to consider those facts. It's not no guarantee that they're going to get what they're trying to get, but it sets up a process that they can make that appeal to the board.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'm sorry I'm late on this bill anyway, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator, great bill. I had some questions back here while you were up at the mic, and it came through committee and we looked at it, and I've become somewhat of a, I won't say expert on occupational licensing boards, but I've been paying a little attention to them lately. And so what you're doing, if I understand this correctly, is if somebody's got a criminal conviction, this is just an option instead of a blanket denial of a license for them to come make their case, explain why, you know, whatever happened and why there may have been a conviction, and then have the board ultimately make that decision whether or not they're gonna give them a license or not. And I would go so far as to say this is even a good workforce bill. When we start talking about workforce, it's getting people back to work. If they've had something in their past that's been a problem for them, but they've gotten on it, they've gotten past it, moved on from it, that's a good thing. And those folks need to be able to get a job, get a license, and get back to it. And I'm fully supportive of that, especially since you've got the board making that decision. They're weighing that instead of just a blanket denial.
And that's what we're trying to do. And I'll just tell you, I'm a big believer in a body like that having enough discretion after they've heard the facts. It's like the judge sitting up there. After they hear this whole trial, they'll know the A, B's, and C's as to what ought to be done. You know, and at the same time, I think it probably helps them bring out other factors that may or may not have been considered on both ways, whether they should or shouldn't do it.
Well, I think it's a good bill, and apologies for not being asked to get recognized. I was just excited about your bill.
I didn't mind it at all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, then I move for final passage and ask unanimous consent to use the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 79 passes. Thank you, Senator Smitherman.
And thank you, members.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 65 by Senator Kitchens relating to the Insurance Department. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Kitchens.
I move for the BIR using the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, Senate Bill 65 by Senator Kitchens relating to the Insurance Department.
Mr. President, this bill right here, it deals with the Department of Insurance. It deals with the increase in insurance fraud that we've had over the past few years, trying to make this more in line with some our bordering states. If there's any questions, I'd move for the final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 65 passes. Thank you, Senator Kitchens. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 1 of the calendar, Senate Bill 33 by Senator Elliott relating to public education. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Elliott.
we're moving along, and I like it. Let's move to adopt the budget isolation resolution using the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 1 of the calendar, Senate Bill 33 by Senator Elliott relating to public education.
Mr. President, thank you. This bill deals with assistant principals and assistant superintendents and moves them into contract employees. And I believe my colleague has got an amendment he'd like to discuss.
Senator Roberts.
Well, thank you for this bill, Mr. President. I've got an amendment.
All right, Secretary Reed received the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 33 by Senator Roberts. Replace line 15 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 22 on page 1 with the following.
Mr. President, this is a friendly amendment, and I'd move adoption using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Roberts amendment's adopted. Thanks, Senator Roberts.
Mr. President.
Senator Elliott.
Thank you, sir. I would like to move third reading be dispensed with, final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right. Any object? All right.
Your amendment.
You're recognized.
I was asking him to explain this amendment. Can I do that?
Well, we're already.
I can ask.
No, that's fine. Yeah, we're off the amendment. We're on the bill, but go ahead. Can you explain the amendment, what he's asking?
Sure, and I may need to grab a copy of it from my colleague. It's his amendment, so let me do that. And he's talked to me about it, but I don't have the specifics in my head, Senator. This is the bill we had in Education Policy Committee, and you'll remember, I think.
Oh, I remember the bill.
Okay, very
good. The bill
good.
is fine. I just didn't.
You didn't know
do a new amendment. I was just wondering what
it includes.
I was trying to listen, but I didn't
includes the two-year college system in a very similar way to what it does for assistant principals and assistant superintendents. So same method of dealing that. He's including two-year folks as the same manner.
What are we doing with them?
This is where we're moving the assistant principals and the superintendents into that contract role, just like principals.
Yeah.
And so that's just, it's in accordance with the bill. It's the same thing. It's just moving the folks to the community college system in at the same time.
Let me ask a question.
Yes, sir.
As we move them, as we transition them to contract, and I look at my Grulu over there. I'm looking at it, but I'm talking to him. I don't expect you to answer. I was just, when you hear me answer this question, you probably look at me and smile, I guess. But what happens when they have to move into the contract aspect, and then say if they stop being assistant principals? What happens to them?
Okay, so
do they go back to the bottom of the food chain? Do they keep their seniority and then come back?
They go back to where they came from.
But does the seniority stops when they do take the contract, and then say for instance, I'm working 35 years. They contract with 5 years assistant principal. Now I don't want to do assistant principal no more, but I'm not ready to retire at mandatory age. What happens to those 5 years, and what happens to me?
Yeah, so once they're contract employees, they're not the tenured employees.
I understand that part.
So they're not accruing, and that's not, that they're outside of that system. However, if they need to move back into that system, they're able to do that, but not with, they've been outside of the system at that point. So to your question.
When they move back zero to square one?
They move back to where they came from when they left. So not to zero.
But right now, the system principals are getting the years added on. Am I wrong? Am I wrong or right?
Right now, the assistant principals are getting the years added on, yes, but they're not contract employees right now.
What's the advantage of them being contracts?
So better salary. I mean, at that point, you can look at performance and say, hey, you are a rock star. We are seeing increases in student performance, and we want to support you in that and pay you more.
Are we making it, are we changing the whole process that the only way you can be an assistant principal, you got to be on the contract?
Good question. Appreciate you asking that. So no, we are not. We are making it permissive for a school board, an individual school board to adopt, not mandatory.
Okay.
So we talked about that in committee too, right? So if a school board wants to go down this path, they can, but they certainly don't have to.
Okay. Is it? You heard that question, didn't you?
I did hear that question. And no, Senator, that's a good question. I don't think so. And if you'll give me a second, I'll look, but I hadn't thought about that. So this is a very, very reasonable question. Is it case by case, or is it one of those things that happens, they all go that way or not? And if my education, what'd you call him, a guru, can answer that question while I'm reading, I'd be happy to.
I'm going to give you the mic to you.
Mr. Chester, you got any help on that, you know? Yeah, okay.
Can I yield to her?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
I yield to you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. To the gentleman, to the body, I hear what you're saying when it comes to a school board is permissive if the school board can adopt a policy. My question is it a case-by-case situation even then? And let me tell you why I'm asking the question. So if it's a blanket school board policy, my fear is then the only way you would be able to move forward is if you decided to be contract. For those people that don't want to go on the contract, they would never have an avenue to move up in the system. So that's why I'm asking, is it a case by case versus a blanket school board policy?
I believe, now you're gonna have to give me a little bit of flexibility here, because I didn't ponder your question, and I guess I should have. But I believe that once the county school board, for instance, says, we're gonna adopt this is permissive, we're gonna say that this is what we're gonna do from assistant principals from now on, then that's gonna be the policy for the school board.
That's what I was thinking.
And so then the employee has the option of whether or not they want to take that contract position or not.
But as I just mentioned then, based on what you just said, the only avenue then would be for a person to take contract. That would be the only avenue. They would have to leave that system altogether.
Well, forgive me if I may.
Okay.
No, they don't have to leave the system. They simply don't move into that assistant principal role.
I think we're saying the same thing, though.
Okay, well, here's the next step. The next step is contract anyway. I mean, they're going to end up in this spot eventually where they're having to decide in order to matriculate. You got educators matriculating now, but in order to move up, they're going to have to make that decision as to whether or not they want to do that. And that's the case with your principals now.
So just a clarifying question then, and I'm ready to yield back to Senator Smitherman if he's not near you. But he did ask a question, though, about what was the advantage. And your response was additional pay. But we also know that pay comes in a lot of forms. And one of the benefits of being, under the state system itself are the, you know, the insurance costs and all the other things. And so, again, I'm hearing where you're saying that somebody could make the choice not to move up. I think what we'll end up getting is, you'll have another segment of the population that cannot afford to give up those additional benefits that will never move forward unless I'm hearing what you're saying wrong.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. They're still eligible for all those benefits and everything else, okay? This is just, you know, whatever employee benefits they're getting now, health care, et cetera, time off, all that, that's all still there. This is just moving them into a position where we can incentivize that pay. So we do that. Senator Orr passed a bill that dealt with science and math. No, excuse me, that was your bill, okay? And that dealt with that, Senator Chastain did, to incentivize math and science and performance. So my question, I guess, to you is the opposite of this, and it is, what incentive do you have to go up to an assistant principal job and take on that additional responsibility and have that performance pressure on you if you're not getting something more for it, significantly more?
And I think for me, because I'm a very visual person, like I learn visually. And so how I get the picture oftentimes is through the story. And I guess probably what I needed just to make sure that I wasn't misunderstanding the intent of the bill was the why. And I think you just started telling me a little bit about the why, that, you know, you do have situations where folks that we really could use them at that assistant principal level, but we don't have the resources because of the way it is built right now, where they can't do in the contract, we can't give them additional STEM money or whatever the case may be. I think I'm okay because I think I'm visualizing what the story is. I just wanted to make sure that we're not leaving this open to where there is another class of folk who may not be able to afford to lose those additional benefits. I think you've cleared that up for me. I think you have. But again, I just wanted to make sure we're not creating two classes of folks.
The intention is to incentivize awesome student performance and to have great teachers who are doing well, great administrators that are doing well move up. Again, the next step in principal is a contract position.
Anyway, okay. All right, I just wanted to, so while you and I are still standing here, we mentioned STEM. Any other situations where you could see where this bill would be helpful to move somebody up into that assistant principal position where they wouldn't be incentivized today? Kind of give me, remember, help me with the story.
I think money's a good incentive, first of all. I mean, I see that as it, right? You put these folks in a contract position, you give them the ability to excel, right?
Yeah.
And then, frankly, again, two things. Remember, it's permissive, but it also gives folks the ability to say, look, this isn't working out. This isn't my thing. I thought it was going to be fun, and I miss teaching kids. I want to be back in the classroom. I don't want to be an assistant principal anymore. I want to be back in the classroom. It allows them to move back into the classroom where they were to begin with. Now, admittedly, not with assistant principal pay anymore, right? But to move back into the classroom and go back. So that contract gives them the flexibility to achieve that goal.
Okay. Well, you know, I mean, probably telling too much back in my day that all I really knew when I was in school. Now, I know it's a different thing. Now, the assistant principal was the disciplinarian. I was the person who kept you in line. You know, I grew up in a time where there was still corporal punishment in school. So so I needed to hear a little bit more about why we needed this and, you know, what the story is. Not that I'm questioning the gentleman and his intent. I'm just trying to make sure, again, that I am well informed on what I'm voting for today. Because, you know, in this state, I mean, there's some kind of a difference of opinion about, even party-wise, about what we need to do as far as making sure that our children can compete, not just here in the state of Alabama, not just nationally, but globally. Because right now, folks, our young people, they're going to have to compete in a global society. And so that used to be a time when we knew the great equalizer was public education. I mean, we knew that. It created the middle class. And some of the bills that we've had right now, even this session, are taking money away from public education. So again, I want to make sure that when I'm voting on bills, that I'm doing my due diligence to make sure that public education still has what it needs, because it is, I mean, for lots of folks, that is going to be the place where they have the real opportunity, no matter what their station is in life, no matter what their background, no matter where they came from, a two-parent home or a single-parent home or whomever, the foster care system, that they have a real opportunity and a real shot. And so again, there's been a direction here where we've been going away from that. Again, on this particular legislation, not quite a direct correlation, but just still trying to make sure that those folks that are in public education are, number one, adequately paid. We got a lot to do there as far as making sure that our educators in the state of Alabama meet the Southeastern standard. But I'm hearing from you here that there's a possibility. But here's my other issue, though. Because of how we fund public education locally, are we still going to have poor school systems that will not have that, you know, the money to incentivize somebody who can come in and do STEM, or somebody who has an aeronautic background, or somebody who has a specialty in mathematics, or whatever the case may be? I mean, that's still one of the challenges that we have. And outside of the formula, where we have more affluent areas that, you know, are passing millages, and you just don't have that in other areas. So again, just trying to make sure that I'm doing all that I need to do to make sure that we're doing the right thing. I didn't know if I was yielding back to Senator Smitherman, but I see Senator Singleton here. Mr. President, if I can yield to Senator Singleton, I'd be more than happy.
Comment, Mr. President, before, and Senator, I just wanted to, you said, hey, I'm trying to see what you're trying to do and what your motivation is. And I will say this, because I do think this is important, that one of the biggest public education advocates on our side of the aisle put it in his committee.
Oh, I know him well.
Considered.
Served with him in the House.
Usually that'll give you a good idea.
Talked a lot of good football together.
And then the gentleman from Jefferson County made the motion to give it a favorable report. The gentleman from Montgomery gave the second. So I think it's got broad support.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Mr. President, may I yield to Senator Singleton?
Senator Smitherman had the mic initially.
So do I need to keep going until he gets back?
Yeah, or even I can just recognize, Senator Singleton. I mean, it's fine.
Is that what
Either way. Or we can go back to Senator Smitherman.
So yielding back to Senator Smitherman. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Senator
you,
Smitherman.
Mr. President. Do you want? I'd like to yield to Senator Singleton.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Smitherman.
We can do that, right?
I like the concept of this bill because I think that has been a bill that's going to float around to bring more assistant principals to the table. There are a lot of schools in our 138, 139 school system that does not have assistant principals. And I think what you're trying to do is for those who are elevated to the next level, at least get rewarded for being an assistant principal. But right now, currently, is there any raise that go along with that currently in most school systems?
There's not, but you remember I talked to you about a bill, we were down in Point Clear not long ago, that set a minimum for some of our poor school districts.
Yeah.
Some that are less than $5 million receiving just almost nothing to run the whole school system. That'd be a good solution for this.
Very well could be. We need to sit down and talk about it. But at the end of the day, I think that, the problem that we are having in some of our schools are disciplinary problems. Some of these administrators or principals are the only administrative person in a school. If the principal is out, the school secretary is running the school, or the PE teacher, whoever's a strong person with the paddle is running the school if that principal has to be out. So there's not a dedicated assistant principal. So I'm for making sure and been looking for the bill to support to make sure that we got assistant principals in all of our schools to make sure that we're, because a lot of times it's very hard to fund that assistant principal when you're operating off 10 meals and you don't have any new local dollars that can come in. And so that's a problem with a lot of our systems, not only with assistant principal, but with math teachers, with English teachers, because when you end up with a half a math teacher and you're then you're being bound by the Numeracy Act with the mandate, you know, or you only have a reading instructor, a half reading instructor, and you're bound by the Literacy Act, and you don't have any local money to be able to put in and fund that other half of that person, our kids can't do but fail. Okay, so now you got somebody in PE teaching math, or somebody over in history teaching English, who that may not be their core. In as much as they can go in there and do a good job, but the passion is not there because it's not their core. And so that's not what they really want to be waking up every day to go do, but it's what they got to do because this is the job that's been given to them. So I was in my office when I was listening at the contractual part of this. Could you explain that to me again about the contractual part? And then I'll turn it back over to Senator Smitherman.
Sure. So currently your assistant principals and your deputy superintendents, for instance, are not contract employees, right? Your principals are. Your superintendent is, either whether he's elected or hired by the board, is a contract employee, and it provides a lot of flexibility for those folks, especially when it comes to
question. So now I'm Bobby Singleton, XYZ teacher, right? Assistant principal job comes open. I apply for the assistant principal job. You're telling me that is not a contractual position for me to move up? Because I'm already under contract as a teacher. Now I'm moving into a new position, so that's not a contractual position?
Not currently. This would put it in a contract position. And I came up with this metaphor. And in that scenario, let's say a board is interested in this teacher moving up, but they're not sure about him or her. Let's give them a try, but we're not sure. Currently, they may not give them a try. In this situation, they could give them a try and say, let's see how it works out. And then that teacher would say, this is my metaphor, without losing my time and place.
Gotcha.
I want to go give this a try. And if it works out, great. I'm doing well. And it allows both parties to take that risk, right? It allows the board that's not sure whether or not we want to hire this person in an assistant principal role. And it allows the teacher or, whoever to decide whether or not they want to move on. And then if it doesn't work out, they can say, hey, this wasn't the thing. Let's go back to where we were.
Well, maybe, but if they'll hire somebody else to go in that other spot during that trial period, it might not have nowhere to go.
Well, this bill maintains that they can go back.
Let me ask you this question.
Maintain.
Now, I know most principals are not on tenureship. Does this allow for that teacher who had tenure while it was teaching to continue on a tenure track? Does this bill allow for that to happen under this contract?
Not under the contract. So it's without losing my time and place, I'm going to go give this a try in contract world. But if I want to, I'll go back into tenure world.
Okay, but if I decide to stay there, then I'm just like the principal, under contract but not in the tenure pool.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I would like to yield back to Senator Smitherman without losing his time or place.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to yield back to you.
Well, thank you. I'd like to renew my motion for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Object.
Want to be added?
Mm-hmm. All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate Bill 33 passes. Thank you, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Appreciate the debate.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill. 33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 119 by Senator Stewart and others relating to labor and employment. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the amendment. This is an agreed upon amendment with Senator Orr, using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none. Wait, somebody object? Oh, all right. Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays.
All right, 33 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 119, under existing law, an employer who violates the child labor law is subject to criminal and civil penalties, and this bill is an amendment to the current code that will increase both civil and criminal penalties for the employer who violates child labor laws. Basically, that's what this is. Senator Orr has added an amendment that is a friendly amendment that is agreed to, that it is not less than $300 per, and it also alters certain criminal penalties for the employees if they are found in violation of subsections such as that involve serious physical injury or death to the minor. If there are no questions, I move final passage using previous roll call.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
All right, 33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 119 passes. Thanks, Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, before I call the next bill, I got another birthday here today that part of the staff that works hard, Matt Ellis, right here. It's his 50th birthday today. Happy birthday, Matt.
Party time, party time, party time.
Big 5-0. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 56 by Senator Orr relating to teachers and school employees, BR pending.
All right, Senator Orr.
Mr. President, move adoption of BIR using previous role.
Mr. President.
All right, Senator Smitherman.
May I be recognized?
You're recognized.
Okay, for the
BR.
but really, what I'm gonna say is it's got something indirectly, but it's hooked to the BIR. You know, we have immunity if we, happen to go and come when we're in session, and the whole purpose for that is to make sure we get here. Well, I want us to look at some policy or some immunity or something when we get locked up in our offices. Okay, because we had a senator who got locked in his office and couldn't come out here to vote. So we need some kind of button or something to signal out here that, hey, I'm locked up and can't get out my offices. That's our minority leader was locked up in his office. And
That's not all bad.
Out. I'm talking
That's
for
not
real
all
locked.
bad. That's not all bad.
So I'm thinking positive because I looked at it for a minute. And I said, now you don't think somebody had a little buzzer somewhere and just hit that button, lock you up in there. but on the boys, that really happened, y'all. I know you think it's a joke, but that just happened to him. They had to tear the locks off your door, didn't they? Tear it off. So when you go down, you're gonna see the locks tore off his door. The door just locked up on it. Now I'm gonna tell y'all a quick story about that. I have stories and parables. Y'all know that. I went to a golf match. It was a state tournament, amateur tournament, not the state amateur, but this was the LPGA Junior League. And my daughter was playing. And we was at what's the one up there by Hamilton, Burning Tree? It's something, the golf course is not too far from Hamilton. Whoever represents Hamilton know what I'm talking about. It's not too far from Hamilton, Alabama. And we went up there, and so they had this little Econo Lodge. Some of y'all, if you've been to Hamilton, you know there's an Econo Lodge there. And it was an old one. And I went in we were staying there, that's where we got the rooms, and I went in the bathroom and took a shower. Now imagine a bathroom with fog and all that, you know how that is. And there's no windows in there. No air coming in there or anything. And the rod that goes in the door, y'all know you put the doors together, it broke. And I'm locked in the bathroom, no air, and I'm sitting in there in the heat and fog, and I couldn't ask for one question. And it was the weekend, so no maintenance people were there or nothing. So I said, is this how I'm gonna die? Do suffocation in a bathroom. And it took about an hour to get out of there, and really, I was running out of oxygen. Yeah, it was really like that, because wasn't nothing blowing, nothing. So I just said that in the vein of the senator. At least that didn't happen, but that we ought to think about that it's some kind of way that even if he could, when he gets out, he could register his vote or something like that. And not just him, any of us, that might happen too. But thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm yielding back to the
All right.
Move adoption of BIR using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33.
33.
On page 15 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 56 by Senator Orr relating to teachers and school employees.
All right, Senator Orr.
Mr. President, I have a substitute at the recommendation of RSA.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the substitute, please.
Substitute for Senate Bill number 56 by Senator Orr.
All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you. The substitute comes at the request of the retirement system. They had a few changes on the original that they provided, and so I'd move adoption of the substitute using the previous role.
All right, Senator Smithman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you tell me a little bit more about what they came in and changed?
Yeah,
I remember the bill. You know, we was in committee. We was in committee together. I remember the
The
bill.
original, and yeah, they added, Senator, I can give you the substitute here. The original bill, Senator, is so small, they added,
What line you on?
well,
What do you want me to get
substitute,
on?
it changed tremendously.
I see.
If you look at, let's see, the page 1 is the same, and then all the blue that they have in there is new and original to the substitute. So what I gave you, that's what RSA dropped in there.
So the blue is RSA.
The blue is RSA. The red redactions are the original bill being redacted. So it still achieves the same purpose, just they just needed that clarifying language that's in the blue.
Can you want me to read it or you gonna read it? 'Cause,
I'll be glad to.
Yeah, I mean, it's your bill, that's why I said, but I want to talk a little bit because that's pretty tough from what I just read. I didn't read but half of it.
Okay, well, the original bill is, and I think the RFSA language just fleshes that out, is that if you are convicted of a sex offense with a child in the school context and the school grounds, et cetera, and that's on line 36 of the sub. If
I'm there.
Okay.
I'm with you.
So we say a felony offense is related or arises out of connection with service at a public position, public school, or as an employee, then they will forfeit the state's part of their pension. So the intent is for people, primarily probably educators, to leave the children alone.
Let me ask you this: what impact that this is for info? Let me stop you right now and say this. Well, like I told you in committee, I'm for this. Okay, you know, I think I said they kind of short and clear. I'm for this. So then my question, I had to say that. By no means, the question had nothing to do with my level of being for this bill. But if a person had vested in 10 years of their retirement, would this still apply that they will lose it even though they have vested it?
Yes.
Okay.
The state's portion. Now, what they contribute, if you...
I saw that part, you know.
Down in line 41 and 42, they get their contributions back.
I got you.
So that's their money, they keep it. But the state portion, and again, Senator, it's with the premise that if I'm a 25-year employee and I'm in the school system and a 16-year-old looks mighty cute, I need to just leave the child alone because I could lose my pension if I followed through on
I think it's
not good thoughts.
I think it's a great bill. You know, anything we can do
To protect children.
our children.
That's
You know, I just tell you that.
the premise.
And I understand exactly what you're saying. You know, I just want to just tell you that I told you I was in full support then. So thank you. I just want some clarification.
I'd move adoption of the substitute using the previous role, Mr.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Orr substitutes adopted. Senator Orr.
I'd move third reading using the previous role if there's no.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Good job.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 56 passes amended. All right, thank you, Senator Orr. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, Senate Bill 73 by Senator Williams relating to taxation. BR pending.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make a motion to pass BIR using previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, Senate Bill 73 by Senator Williams relating to taxation. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, I'd like to table that committee amendment. I have an amendment to offer.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The amendment's tabled.
I have a floor amendment.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 73 by Senator Sessions.
5-year sunset. Yes. Just, this bill would limit the amount that you could purchase per farmer, and it also puts a 5-year sunset on this piece of legislation. And with that, I would offer the amendment using previous role without objection. Okay, can't get it in. Make sure it is.
All right, got a motion to use previous role for adoption of the amendment. Any objection? You object? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes.
All right, 33 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment's adopted. All right,
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Coleman Madison.
Senator Sessions, I have a question. Explain to me why the need for this bill comparison to other things that are agriculture related, or not necessarily agriculturally related, but business wise or anybody else that's out there. Why are we making this exception here?
I think Senator Williams this is Senator Williams' piece of legislation, and he had gotten ill and wanted me to handle it today for him. He wanted to go ahead and get it through the Senate, but of course, as you know, this will probably have to be a House bill to be constitutional because it is an exemption. But I think the thing is this particular input that we use in agriculture probably should have been being exempt for years, such as feed and seed and fertilize. And this particular, material was not. And we're just trying to add it and make it like any other input that we have in agriculture to match, what we do on a day-to-day basis.
I smile because you mentioned all the other exemptions, feed and seed, and these are things that they're not paying taxes on.
Exactly, but we pay taxes on any profit that we make off of that. We sure do.
But
and we have a very well-fed and well-clothed society, and at this moment, agriculture is not doing very well. But
there are a lot of industries that are out there that are struggling. And I'm just wondering how many of the other industries that we have. We may say that home builders, for example, there was a downtime and now the economy is, as far as home building and things like that, that's an essential need as well. And I can remember a time when I remember when I was in the House and we made the comment about We exempt feed for calves, for cows and things like that when baby formula is going up, and there was a shortage of baby formula. I just really personally, and I support farmers. Most of them know me. And I don't have any farms in my district, but I have a farmers market that is owned by the Farm Growers Association, which are farmers from all of the counties that you all probably represent. And so whatever I can financially or putting things in the budget or whatever to support them, my fear is that we are constantly digging ourselves in deeper with this. Over the years, there have been various exemptions, and how can we justify it with all the other industries that are out there that, and it's going to be something else next that's going to come up that we're going to want to exempt?
Yes, we see a lot of those. Of course, you and I think, are you on Education Budget Committee? We see quite a few of them come through. And like I said, Senator Williams had been passionate about this for several years. He's been working on it. He got it to a point where our committee chairman actually agreed to let this one go. We put a 5-year sunset on it. It's limited. $25,000 worth of materials is not very much fencing. You can spend $25,000 in a big hurry. This will encourage, I think will encourage some people to go out and do this that would not. And it will actually wind up adding money to the economy in the long run.
Do you have a fiscal note on it?
Fiscal note, it was kind of undetermined, but it was, I think the way it's written now, it'd be less than $3 million statewide. I'm pretty certain it would be well less than that.
Well, I still have some reservation. I can remember, I'm going to use one example about a farmer that I consider as a farmer. People who do Alabama wines. And I can remember the hard time that they had just really being acknowledged or as it is a farm product. And it's a business. I think it's a business that will grow. But again, we don't do a whole lot of exemption for those kinds of things. And so there are farmers that are out there growing, they lose crops and things like that.
Trust me, I know about that.
Yeah, we're not helping, we're not doing anything. My problem is when we set ourselves in going down this road, we think that Alabama has deep pockets. We know that we don't. Sitting there in general fund, the chairman of general fund was talking to the departments as they came before us and said, you know, you all asked for all this money, where are we going to get it and everything? And I mean, he was getting a little frustrated there for a minute, but the bottom line is that it's their job to tell us what they need. They don't have it in control about cost of everything and the supply chain. Everything is going up, and the services that they provide. We know that we are dealing with a different kind of history here as far as mental health and other things. And so everything is going up. And if we are asking them where are we going to find this money for the things that we are required to provide, and again, we just diverted money from public education because it's all one pot. And because of that, we cannot give that additional 1 cent off of the grocery tax that people, you know, it was a great thing that passed. And people say, oh, we get a reduction in grocery tax. Not this year, folks. We're not doing that this year. You're going to... Trying to shut me up. Okay. But the bottom line is that if we continue to go down this path, we're going to find ourselves out of money and back to where we used to be, regardless of all the systems that we have put in place to say we won't be finding ourselves in proration. We're going to find ourselves back down this road if we keep, and see, you get 3 million here, 10 million there, you know, hey, you get 3 million, I get 3 million. I wish somebody give me 3 million. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator Sessions.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, thank you. This is just for cattle farmers.
Yeah, it's for livestock, fencing livestock in.
How do we make it a distinction at the feed plant or at the co-op that is just livestock, that somebody come in and we're not giving?
Yeah, well, see, it don't cover everything. It's a very short bill. It covers T-post. It covers, you have to have wood posts for bracing. It covers barbed wire, net wire, smooth wire, which could be electric fence, and then standard metal gates, not fancy gates, not anything like that. It's not for board picket fences and stuff like that. It's for agricultural use only. And, your local co-ops and tractor supplies, they know who the farmers are. And like I said, it's we got it very limited to the amount. That's not very much material. And like I said, we got a 5-year sunset on this. So I really think the fiscal note will be probably much less than the $3 million. And a lot of people won't even take advantage of it. I think some of your bigger farmers will that need to do a lot of fencing. A lot of people aren't even going to pay attention and won't even request.
There's no retroaction in this, is it? That you can't go back and pull some receipts from last year?
Oh, no.
And try to get the tax?
No, and there's in the sunset, it gives a specific period when it starts, September 30, October 1.
Of the sponsor, I want you to understand that.
Yeah.
And I
He's been working on it a long time.
and I respect farmers, but I also have a problem. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna sit down. Is that when in my area, and I say this all the time, that those farmers come and ask for all these tax exempts and tax everything, but when I ask for a school tax, they be the first one who big no signs on the property want to kill me to help my schools. I have a problem with that. I have a real inherent problem with that they're the first ones to kill a school tax in rural areas. They got the big no signs on their property, but yet and still, they're getting exemptions from all of the things that they do, but we're just trying to educate kids in an area that can only help the economy in those areas, and they help those communities grow if you got strong school systems. But they yet and still turn around and have their big no signs whenever we ask for school tax properties. Something has to give somewhere. That's all I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Senator. Thank you. Make motion for final passage as amended. I think long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smithman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
27.
All right, 27 ayes, 3 nays. Senate Bill 73 passes as amended.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Sessions.
One point of person.
You're recognized.
Thank the body for this. Thank my colleagues across the aisle for their comments. The points very, very well taken. But I just want to let everybody know that Jack had an issue and was in the hospital last night. And colleagues, I was explaining why Senator Williams wasn't here. He was actually in the hospital last night. He tried to come to work today, was not feeling well, went home, and we just need to remember him and Miss Bobby in our thoughts and prayers. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow or next day. He'll be feeling better.
All right, we'll certainly do that. Thanks, Senator Sessions. All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill 168 by Senator Weaver relating to municipalities, BR pending.
Senator Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move adoption of BIR using previous rule. No objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27. 27 ayes, 2 nays.
All right, 27 ayes, 2 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill 168 by Senator Weaver relating to counties and municipalities.
All right, Senator Weaver.
Thank you. This bill just adds one little piece to the law dealing with commercial enterprises for cities. And right now, they currently can have economic development plans for their CDAs for shopping centers or facilities that have 2 or more commercial enterprises. And sometimes there's a situation where there's a building with a single tenant. An example would be a restaurant. And currently, they can't work on those buildings for economic development plans through CDA. And this bill would give them that opportunity. And happy to answer any questions.
All right.
Explain it again. So you have a commercial building.
Yeah. So I represent a lot of smaller towns. So
do I.
Yeah. And so this is why and it's amazing. I didn't realize it was such an issue statewide. I thought it was just in one of the towns that came to me about it. They had an old restaurant that they wanted to do economic development projects. People wanted to move into this building, but under the current law, they can only do it if it's a strip mall that has 2 or more tenants. So in your town, in my town that's small, there may a lot of times be just a 1-tenant building. And right now, they can't do 1 tenant, only 2 or more.
I got you. Okay.
So if there aren't any more questions, I'd like to move final passage using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
$29 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 168 passes. Thanks, Senator Weaver.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill 161 by Senator Beasley relating to sheriffs, BR pending.
Senator.
What are we doing here?
Senator Beasley's bill.
Oh, here you go. I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your help. Mr. President, can I be recognized?
You're recognized, Senator Beasley.
I'd like to move for passes of the BR using the previous vote.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30.
All right, 30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 161 by Senator Beasley relating to sheriffs.
All right, Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. President. What Senate Bill 161 does, the sheriffs across the state have been hurt financially by the loss of the pistol permit. And what this bill does allows them to have special events to raise revenue. Example, sponsor a rodeo. So, if there's no questions, I move for final.
Well, Mr. President.
Yeah, Senator Melson.
I would just like to say thanks for bringing this because there's a lot of them concerned about their rodeos and other fundraisers. And I really appreciate you bringing this bill. It's going to make it a lot more clarity to what they're doing. So thank you for bringing it.
Thank you very much, Senator. I appreciate that. Mr. President, I move for final passage of Senate Bill 161, use the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 161 passes. Thank you, Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill, please.
On page 29 of the calendar, Senate Bill 175 by Senator Chasteen relating to local boards of education, BR pending.
Senator Chasteen.
Mr. President, move to adopt the BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, Senate Bill 175 by Senator Chasteen relating to education.
All right, Senator Chasteen.
Yes, members, this bill, the compensation for school board members is set at $600 a month. That's the maximum contribution. It was last set in 2003, and this bill would raise that to $900 per month for school board members. Any questions, colleague?
Is this local school boards?
Yes.
It's not state school board?
No,
It's local school board?
Yeah, local school boards, correct. No more questions. I move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 175 passes. Thanks, Senator Chasteen.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the final bill on the calendar.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 162 by Senator Barfoot relating on the Study Commission on Interagency Cooperation and Collaboration, BR pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no opposition, I'd move adoption of the BR using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 27, Senate Bill 162 by Senator Barfoot relating to incarcerated individuals.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, y'all may want to sit down. Let's talk about this bill for a little while. I'm just kidding. I do want to tell you what it does, though. So back in 2021, there was a study commission that was created, which brought in all the state agencies around, mental health, Veterans Affairs, pardons and paroles, the list goes on. Sometimes, quite honestly, those agencies were not communicating with each other in the best way to help reintegrate those individuals who had been in DOC custody. So it was an opportunity for those state agencies that the taxpayers fund to say, how can we get the most of the services that we offer to the people who will eventually be coming out of DOC's custody, whether it be veterans, whether it be in housing, all assortment of different issues. So that went on for a year because that was productive and those interagencies discussions were continuing. It was continued to the following year, and there's a sunset provision in there, and this bill simply extends that to the 2024 regular session. It does have 2 at-large members appointed by the chair, but it's a good commission. It's just a study commission to see if we help folks.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
I do not like this bill, and I'm not kidding. I want to start my first hour.
All right.
Now.
All right.
You're recognized.
See that everybody got quiet. They didn't get quiet with you.
True.
See, that's what I tell you. See, do you see the difference? They know when you just play. I'm just kidding, guys. Okay. he just see. I'm gonna tell you. So when they know somebody who would do it, you gotta have authority when you see it.
I couldn't. I didn't have the poker face you had.
You know what I'm saying? But no, you just got to be. They got to know that you will do it. See, they don't believe it that you'll do it.
I might try.
They know you last about 2 minutes.
I don't know now. There are certain bills coming up.
Yeah.
I saw your message.
To lock me in? Okay. We can go and move for the third reading. Since it's just a study. Let me ask you about the appointing authority. Is there any diversity in the appointing authority for this commission?
Let's see here. One member appointed by the House of Representatives, Speaker. One member appointed by Pro Tem, Director of Pardons and Paroles, Commissioner of Corrections, or designees, Commissioner of Department of Mental Health, Commissioner of Human Resources, again, or designees in all these, Medicaid agencies, Community College System, Secretary of the ALEA, Secretary of Department of Labor, yeah, the Commissioner of the Department of Veterans Affairs, Executive Director of Prosecution Services, DAs, DA appointed by the DAs, 2 at-large members appointed by the chair. So there's 2 at-large members, Director of Pardons and Parole or designee. Membership of the commission shall be inclusive and reflective of racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state. So,
but you could see at the end of the day, if nobody think about it, there could actually be no diversity. Well, you know, this is a new study commission sitting.
This is existing.
Well, this one being pushed forward on, right?
Two more years. So it started in 2021. It was a sunset after that year.
So you're moving the sunset up.
That's right. Moving it to 2024.
Yeah. So I mean that makeup into I don't know what it is now. Yeah. So yeah, the sunset. No,
it's not a sunset bill.
Not a sunset bill.
This is a study commission
that had a sunset.
That had a sunset date on it. We pushed till this year. Yes. It's for incarcerated individuals coming out of DOC so that they can, interagencies can work together to figure out what works and what services are already available so they're not duplicating services. Veterans Affairs can work with DOC. Mental health can work with DOC. So when those folks get ready to come out, there's these programs that are available and work together.
Well, my only thing is that I understand you got the diversity language in, and I appreciate that. But if no one is intentional about it, it could easily end up not being any diversity. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. And I just heard the pro tem say he would do whatever he do, and that's always good. But if no one is intentional, it could end up not being no diversity on that board based on the people to whom you name that has the ability to appoint.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, it is the Secretary of the Department of Labor, the Secretary of ALEA.
Well, the Secretary of Labor, there may be one. He may have an opportunity.
Yeah, and so the list is those whoever's in those positions or their
designees. I got you. Well, I'm fine with moving forward. I just want to bring that out. Unless there's something intentional, then it could end up being no diversity there. So
understand. Having no more questions, Mr. President, I'd move for final passage of SB 162 using previous rule.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes.
30 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 162 passes. Thanks, Senator Barfoot. All right, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've reached the end of the calendar, so I want to thank the body for good work today, hard work, moving through several important topics, and I want to say thanks for all your diligence in being able to do what we need to do here, serving the people of the state of Alabama. Let me remind you all, not that you need reminding, but if you'll notice on the diocese here, the Battle of Goat Hill, there's a pretty important event tomorrow. So I know I've watched some of you in the back here. The public's not been able to see. Y'all been stretching and running around back here, and I think that's really important. I appreciate it. Glad you're doing it. The gates open at 5 p.m. The game is at 5:45. I'm told, get on up here, Coach. Get up here, Coach. No, I'm talking about you.
Oh.
We the coaches.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't let me down. I'm not really a coach. I'm just acting like one. You're really a coach.
I just got a request, that's all, if I can be recognized for it.
Well-
Next time we get out of church,
Yes.
the coaches we need, like the towels that match the shirt, so we can be over there with the towel. Now we just gonna have them little hotel towels doing that.
We're going to have to talk to Senator Gudger about towels for the coach.
Senator Reed, I do have one request. I hope I want to make sure a senator runs over another House member, so.
We'll keep that in mind.
Mr. Leader, and I would just like for one request. On a serious note, Senator Robert Stewart's wife is having emergency surgery right now. I would just like for us to do, and he's at the hospital with her, let's do just a moment of silent prayer and give her a blessing to come through that surgery, Senator Robert Stewart and his wife.
Senator, I've got a better thought right there. Let's get Senator Roberts come up and say a prayer for her right now.
Please. What's the name? Ashley.
All right, let's pray, guys. Father, we've got two of our colleagues that we're asking you now, believing that you would help, and we give you Ashlyn, and then we give you Jack. Lord, go with these and surround them in your loving kindness, and we ask that you would bring healing to their bodies for your glory and our benefit. And we thank you for this day and commit them to you in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. All right, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. We'll continue to remember our two colleagues. And again, ladies and gentlemen, for the ball game tomorrow, we'll be in our places. I think they say we can be there as early as 4 o'clock. So we'll have a long day of work and then get there just in time to raise some money for a good cause. With that, Mr. President, we're going to stand adjourned until 10:30 a.m. on Thursday, March 21.
All right, heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. President.